Hello. Oh, give me a moment. I need to. Where's the text? Wait, huh? I had it right here. Oh, okay. Hello, welcome. How are we doing? Guys, I haven't taken breakfast. I'm so sorry for the delay. Hi. Oh my god, it's so early. It's so early. I cannot think. Maybe I should have put this stream later, but well, we're already here, so hello, welcome, Tao. Wow, welcome. How are you doing? Are you having a nice day? Thank you so much for being here. Should I go back to take breakfast? I wanna fix something. I wanna put some music, but guys, I forgot to prepare music. Should I put just music that I have? Let me see what music I have. I don't think I have music here. Give me a moment. I have a reused music, the one we always use. Oh, let me hear this one. I think this is music. Oh no, never mind. I'm searching for music. Wait. Is this music? Oh fuck. Should I share some like the thing when I search music online, it's that sometimes it has copyright. Okay, most of the times it's copyrighted, and I don't like that. I don't like that because then I feel, oh, this music is not copyrighted. Yeah, thank you so much, YouTube. And then I receive a notification saying your video cannot be monetized because you're using this music, and all this music is copyrighted. And I'm just like, oh, okay. And okay, I'm just gonna put Musopen music. I think some of the music in Musopen is actually how do you say it? It's actually copyrighted, but who cares? Where is it? Copyright. Okay. It says free public domain music, but that's a lie. That's a dirty lie. That's a dirty lie. It's not free domain music because they copyright my video. They copyright my video. Okay. Is this okay? I hope the music is okay. Let me know if the music is too loud or if the music is too low. I put like classical music, and guys, I'm actually not gonna read you something really interesting. I'm afraid I'm actually not gonna read you anything that will be useful for your life. I actually doubt it. I don't think it's gonna be useful for your life. It's just it's stuff that I wrote, and I don't think it has any kind of useful information for your life. But yeah, entertainment. Yippee! Yay! Also, look at these guys. I made an asset. I most of the times I don't make assets because they take so much time. They take so much time to do, and I'm a little bit lazy. But we have a book. Yippee! We have a book because apparently and allegedly I'm gonna show you my writings. I was a little late, by the way. I'm sorry for that. Oh my god, I have no energy. Okay, this is a cozy stream, okay, guys? This is a cozy, chill stream for you to relax, for you to feel comfy, for you to feel wow. Okay, let me continue reading. Okay. Let me search for the thing. Should I start? Well, I wanna eat. I wanna eat. I wanna eat, and I don't have anything to talk about while I eat. Sometimes I have topics prepared to talk while I eat, so you don't get bored. But I actually today I haven't prepared anything, so I don't know what to talk about. Yesterday was very, very funny because most of the times, okay, you know that most of the times I'm not alone in my house, right? I have people in my house, and I have like most of the times I have people in my house, like uncles, aunts, my mom, my grandmother. Like, I'm used to have people around me. That means that I have no privacy. All the time when I draw and I do shit, I have like people around me just watching me and like asking what the hell am I doing with my life. Because yeah, like even my room is considered a public area in my house, which I don't totally hate because most of the times I don't do secret stuff, okay? I do remember when I was an artist and I used to do very suspicious stuff for clients. It was very hard because I remember that I had to work, right? And I will stay until 2 or 3 a.m. drawing, and when my family will ask me, hey, what are you doing? I couldn't tell them that I was doing porn, right? There was no way. And they were like, when they used to see me until 3, 4 a.m. in the morning, they will ask me, hey, can I see what you're doing? And I will instantly close all the tabs and I will say, no, sorry, I'm gonna go to sleep, and I will run away. The thing is that lately, because I'm here alone these days, well, I just live with my cousin, okay? But he's like, you know, guys, he's like a ghost, okay? He doesn't count because I don't see him all day. Like, he doesn't even make noises. Like, I don't even feel he's here. So just today I was in call with Manzanita. We were on call and we were doing stuff. And I remember that it was 2 a.m. and I was drawing BL on my bed. And I don't know, the thought just hit me, you know, but because I'm alone now. You know what that means? I can do whatever I want. Like the thought just like hit me. I don't know, like my mind just like opened to the reality that I'm alone now and I could do whatever I want. And I've been following like the rules that I was told to follow. For example, wake up at 8 a.m, make your bed, clean your room, wash yourself, make breakfast. Okay, a routine that I made for myself because I was surrounded by people. In this case, for example, I had to wake up at 8 a.m. because my uncle, like, we all share one bathroom, right? So I had to wake at 8 a.m. because my uncle at 8:30, oh my god, at 8:30, my uncle at 8:30 will take the bathroom for himself. And he will take like literally 1 hour to get ready. Like, I don't know, my uncle was the one who took more time on the bathroom. Like, I don't know what the man did in there. Like, he's supposed only to take a shower, right? But he takes 1 hour to fucking shower. So I had to wake up at 8 a.m. in order to shower because there was no way. If he was in the bathroom, I could not go inside. In so many times. So I had to wake up early to use the bathroom and then to clean my room and then to be able to catch breakfast, because there was a rule in my grandmother's house that if you don't take breakfast until like 9 a.m., the kitchen is gonna be closed. Like, not literally closed, but my aunt is not gonna let you in because it's not breakfast time anymore. So you will not be able to grab any kind of food if she was in the kitchen, right? And shit like that. So I keep maintaining my routine, even though like I don't have any needs. Like, but I didn't think about that until yesterday. Well, it was today early morning when I was with Manzana, right? And we were doing a workout because she was drawing and I was drawing. And I remember that it just hit me. I just saw the hour and it was 2 a.m. and I was drawing BL on my bed and nobody was telling me shit. Guys, freedom feels so nice. Freedom feels so nice. I have never felt this freedom before in my life. But now, I admit, it's a little bit scary. Very, very scary, because yeah, it's like I can do whatever I want, but what does that imply? what do that imply? Like, can I do actually whatever I want? No, I cannot do actually whatever I want. Like, I feel, for example, have you heard of that theory? Have you seen? Hello, Vine! Hello, how are you doing? Now you can be lazy the whole day. I can be lazy the whole day, but the thing is that I don't want to be lazy the whole day because I need to work, right? So I need to still keep, like, my own routine. I think it's like, have you heard that theory, for example, when you forbid the children to eat candy, right? Because you forbid them to eat candy and they're like candy, I don't know, thirsty. Whenever they see chocolate or candy, they cannot control themselves because it's just something that not only children do. I think it's evolution itself. Because do you know, like, for example, in the old era when we used to be Neanderthals and everything, well, I don't because I'm an android, right? But when humans used to be Neanderthals and they didn't and they weren't sedentary, you know, they used to be like walking all around the world, surviving. Food wasn't always like food wasn't an everyday thing. So what they did was every time they eat a lot so they can save the fat for the times where they didn't have food, right? And I think the same shit happens until now. For example, when you forbid, especially children, because children have no self-control, right? So when you forbid a child to eat chocolate or candy or something that they really want for a long period of time, whenever they have it back, they have no self-control because it's something that their body interprets that they never ever, or they don't know where they're gonna have it back. So they just go crazy, go nuts. That's why, for example, children, I don't know if nowadays, but before used to be a lot savage when you put some candy in front of them, right? Now you need to do your taxes. Don't make me remember. I received an email. I received an email from the government last week saying, Delta, don't forget to make your taxes on time. We're gonna send you an email at the end of the year. And I was like, oh, you guys doing taxes? No! Like, it's gonna be, guys, today is my first time. Like, no, not today, like this year. This year is my first time doing taxes. I feel so prepared. I mean, I've been watching videos and I've been reading the tutorials and doing the shit, right? But why can't the government be more gentle with me? It's gonna be my first time and I don't know how to do the stuff. And I don't want to ask for help because all the people that I know that do taxes, they're like very upright adults, you know? Like, don't misunderstand me, like, they're okay, but the thing is that they have my age and they like very business people, you know. I have my best friend, for example. I don't know if it's my best friend, but oh, my mother froze. What's happening? What happened? What happened? Oh, okay. My best friend, I don't know if he's my best friend. Okay, that's another topic. But he's my friend from school, okay? And he's very close to me. So I consider him my best friend. So that guy, like, he's a lawyer. And he does, like, he has my age. And, like, he already has, like, his career. He's working on his shit. And, like, he does professional stuff, like, lawyer-like. And he dresses very fancy. And, like, he has his life already, right? And I'm here. And I don't want to ask him how to do my taxes because I don't want him to know. I mean, I think he already know, but I don't want him to think that I'm a useful, like, how do you say, like, useless, right? I don't want him to think that I'm a useless being. I'm so embarrassed. So I'm just gonna keep watching tutorials until I actually understand how to do my taxes. Terminating on next because prefrontal cortex isn't finished in development. There is nothing to impulse control. Exactly. But I think, for example, I see children that when you actually give them a treat on a, like, not on a daily basis, but constantly. For example, you give them a dessert after meals or like chocolate at least once a week. like a normal adult, because I'm gonna be honest, guy, I eat chocolate almost every day. I'm an adult and I eat chocolate almost every day. Like, I understand why you want to control children, but I feel like forbid them to actually have treats is mean and cruel, because imagine a life without chocolate. That will suck. And they have to live that life every day because their parents don't want them to eat chocolate every day, and that's understandable, but at least once a week, right? I've seen children that eat chocolate, pizza, you know, like tasty food. Not every day, but you know, every weekend, once in a while. And when you put them like more candy or chocolate or any kind of junk food in front of them, if they don't want it, they're gonna say no. But other children that been deprived from this kind of food, even if they're full, even if they're sick or whatever, they're gonna say yes, because there's not gonna be other chance for them in their minds, right? And I find that a little bit like, damn. But I forgot what I was talking to you about this. I forgot the metaphor. I was talking about you something else, but I forgot. Damn. Remember, never drop soap in prison. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hello, Foxy, how are you doing? Welcome, bienvenido, buenos días. ¿Cómo estás? Poverty bad, taxes good. I don't know, guys. The other day, for example, I received an invitation to a friend's wedding. I don't know. I'm just confused. I think I'm in that part of my life where I think maybe I should be doing something else, like not getting married because I will suck, but you know, like something else. Like, I think at this moment of my life, I should have things figured out, but I don't have anything figured out. I don't think I even like my career, but yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I wasn't thinking that exactly, but that's what I'm thinking now. I think it all started because I was drawing BL at 2 a.m., right? Yeah. Did I get late for the story? I actually no. I'm just yapping because I'm eating breakfast. I'm not reading anything yet. I'm actually a little insecure. I'm insecure. Wait, let me. Tax evasion stream. No, I'm gonna do my taxes, but not now. I think there's a period of time for me to do my taxes, but I'm not sure which time there are. I think it's at the end of the year. I actually told my mom. I asked my mom to remind me when I should do my taxes. Because, you know, she has been doing taxes for like more than 50 years, right? Well, not more, no, I lie, more than 40 years. So she's experienced in doing taxes, right? So she knows what time is perfect for doing taxes. So I asked her to, when she does her taxes, to let me know so I can do mine too. Delta was late as usual. Nah. It was on time. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I put the startings on the screen. Yeah. Like, I'm just saying. Like, that's rude as fuck. But who am I to judge, I guess? Like, I'm just gonna eat. I'm just gonna eat. I don't mind mega early, to be honest. Hello, Enigma. Hi, how are you doing? Good morning. Yeah, I think at least in my country, there's a time period to do your taxes. Like, you cannot do it whenever you want to do it. You have to wait for them to, like, it's just here not called taxes itself, it's called declaration. Okay, it's your tax declaration, I guess. Declaración de impuestos, the tax declaration. I don't know if that's a word in English, but basically you tell the government how much you earn that year, and then the government is gonna tell you, okay, then you got to pay us this amount of money. And because I actually don't earn, like, there's a minimum amount of money that you win per year that is required for you to actually pay your taxes, and because I don't achieve that amount of money, I don't have to pay taxes. I just need to do the manifestation, you know. I just need to tell them, you know, I'm a student and I'm unemployed, and they are not gonna charge me. But I still need to tell them, right? So I cannot tell them when I want to. It's gotta be at the end of the year, at least in my country. But I don't know. Peter, that is good with taxes. I mean, I haven't done my taxes yet because this is gonna be my first year, guys. Also, like, the only requirement for you to do taxes is having a tax ID. Okay, it's just my country is a little different with taxes. I don't know, it has another name, but I'm not gonna say its name because I don't wanna. I mean, you already know from where I am, but I still don't wanna say it out loud. But anyways, we have a different ID. For example, you have your normal ID, your national identification, blah 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 blah, right? But then at some point of your life, you're gonna get honoraries, okay? Honoraries, your honoraries. And in order to get your payment from honoraries, I don't know, honoraries, I don't know how it's called, guys, I don't know how it's called. But if you want to, like, have that is required for some certain kind of jobs, you're gonna have another ID, you know, a different ID, and that ID is gonna be the one that's gonna force you to pay taxes. Like, if you don't get that ID, you're actually not obligated to declare your taxes, you know. You're actually not obligated to declare your income if you don't have that specific ID that you need in order to actually earn money. And because I wanted to earn money, in this case, I needed that ID for YouTube payment, right? And when we reached partnership on YouTube, I had to get that specific ID card in order to receive my money. But doing that, I accepted the fact that I'm earning money, so I need to declare taxes at the end of the year. Yay! Yay! Yeah, I was learning about it for a good, like, 6 years. I suck at it. Dude, taxes suck. I don't know why they force us to do that shit. It's not like they need our money. I mean, at least in my country, they're not doing shit with our money. They're just stealing it. Hi. Hello, Simon. You know, have you noticed that names are so funny? Depending on where you're from, you can pronounce the names differently. They're very funny. For example, Simon. Simon is a good example of names. If I pronounce it like Americanized, it's gonna be Simon. And if it comes to Latam, it's gonna be Simon. I think Simon is just maybe I just been gentrified, right? Never mind, I'm gonna shut up. ¿De qué me perdí? De nada, estoy tragando cereal, no te preocupes. I'm actually eating. I'm not reading shit. I'm actually nervous. I'm a little nervous, guys. I'm just. Cesar is also a good example. For example, Cesar is Cesar, right? Because Cesar. But if you go to like with another approach, it's gonna be Caesar. Like Caesar's pizza, right? Very funny. Guys, I'm gonna this is gonna be a hot take. But I hate Caesar's pizza. I just don't like it. I know they're very cheap, but they aren't tasty. Like, I know, like, you know, Caesar's pizza. I don't know if you have Caesar's pizza in your country, but Caesar pizza is a pizza place. It's a pizza place, okay? And their pizzas are so bad. Their pizzas are so bad. Their pizzas are so bad. They're like a bowl of oil. There's a pool of oil on their pizzas. It's horrible. And you know, this is also gonna be a hot take, but American junk food is so distasteful. It's just okay. Yesterday, it was yesterday, or it was one of these days. One of these days, a friend from university invited me to lunch together, okay? And she loves Taco Bell for some strange reason. She loves Taco Bell and she wanted to eat Taco Bell so bad because she's not from here. She's from like, she lives in another place, and where she lives, there's no Taco Bell. So she loves Taco Bell and she wanted to eat Taco Bell. It sucks. It's I mean, it's so bad. And then I started thinking. And then I started thinking, like, why do I hate Taco Bell so much? Like, I don't like the flavor. And then I started to remember that I also hate McDonald's because, guys, McDonald's nuggets, they're so horrible. I don't know. And then the McDonald's burger is also horrible. And the potatoes are like dried and they look like they taste like board, guys. I mean, am I a hater? And then I started thinking like all like American branches that are here, for example, McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, like they're all bad. And maybe they aren't bad, but because my country is one of the gastronomy superior countries in the world. That's a joke, by the way. Don't believe. I mean, it's true, but don't believe it. I'm just saying. Maybe because we're so used to tasty food, tastier food. Maybe I just don't like it. I just wanted to brag about our gastronomy. I'm so sorry. Wait, guys. Wait, I'm gonna aggress you. Hi, guys. Everyone say hi to Melodica. She's a very cute betta fish, and she's planning something. She's planning to do something in the future. Wink, wink. So if you want to check her out, I recommend it. Like, guys. Spoiler alert! Like, I'm doing a cover. It's on the making right now. Like, I'm doing the video clip and like, I commissioned the video clip and everything. And she made the guide. So expect something very cute and very nice in the following months because I love it. I love it so much. Hello, bestie. How you doing? By the way, you say my name complete regard. I mean, your name is very hard. How am I supposed to Jawa? Sawa? How am I supposed to pronounce your name? Like Jawa? Chagwan? I mean, it's not my fault. Like, if you were called Cesar or like Simone, I will be here to pronounce your name. But I don't know what you're complaining about. Whiny bitch? Hey, Mateo and Matthew. Exactly. It's very funny. Maybe it isn't okay to be so wrong. What are you talking about? Am I? Yeah. Okay. So you don't agree, guys? Taco Bell sucks. Someone had to tell. Someone had to say it out loud. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Someone had to break it to you. Someone had to break it to you. I'm sorry. KFC also sucks. Like, guys, when I used to be a child, my dad used to love KFC for some strange reason, but I dislike it so much because I remember the fried chicken, when you open like the skin, is full of oil. It's like a pool of oil. The same thing with Caesars, right? I believe that if you put a paper on Caesar's pizza, your paper is gonna be wet as fuck just because the oil. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like, it's also because it's pre-made food, and pre-made food is not as tasty as food that you make at the moment, right? And I think that's a big deal that most of junk food don't understand yet. For example, we have our own franchises of junk food. Of course, they're not international, but they're national, and they are more popular than American junk food franchises, just because the other ones make food at the moment. Even if it's only fried chicken, they make the fried and the potatoes at the moment. And I think that's a very big deal. Like, I think that changed the flavor absolutely. And I don't know, like, it makes it more tasty, I guess, because it's fresh, right? Yeah. The Eagle Stretch! I'm so excited! I'm so excited! No, I love the nacho chills. I love corn tacos. Anyway, you should come here. I will show you real tacos. Taco de perro. Te voy a llevar donde la tía Veneno. You know, like, we have a slang here that's called tía Veneno. It's like aunt poison. Because in our country, we have a lot of people that sells food in the streets, okay? In carretas. How do I say carretas in English? Like, have you seen those little boxes with wheels? And they sell food in those boxes with wheels? Oh, it's called, I don't know how that's called, okay? But they are like a street food. And they are known because most of the times they aren't that clean, like, but they're very tasty. It's like, I don't know if it's the dirtiness, like, that makes it tastier than other kind of food, because the food that has come from carretilla is so good, guys. It's like the best food you can ever eat, but you're probably getting an infection. You know, I think the infection is the price to pay from eating the best food you'll ever eat. And does that make sense? I don't know if the cockroach wing, or like the ants, or like the bacteria that make that food so fucking tasty, but it's the tastiest food you'll ever eat in your life. It's sweat and blood of the chef. Exactly. Like, I don't know if this the mo, or like, I don't fucking know, the smoke, the tears, the saliva, but it's the most tasty food you will ever eat. So when you want to take something to Tia Veneno, you just say like, so funny, I'm gonna shut up. Maybe food at your location suck. Mad food in Europe, it's better than one in USA. Maybe, because it's very funny, because there's this thing that I discovered not so long ago. Some months ago, a friend from USA came here to visit me, and we went out and we like did shit and we did stuff, right? And it was a very funny thing. He says that milk here tastes different. Like, he hates, for example, lactose. He's intolerant to lactose, right? So he has to, most of the times, if he wants milk, he has to request for free lactose milk. But he hates that milk because it's so distasteful where he lives, that is in America. He came here, and I do also drink lactose-free milk, but not because I'm intolerant, just because I actually think it's tasty. I actually think lactose-free milk is tastier than normal milk, just because I don't like the milk is too creamy, and I just don't like that. So I don't like the milk to be creamy, so I buy lactose-free milk that is less creamy, and I actually like the flavor. And he was horrorized at me because I was doing myself a little bit of hot chocolate with my lactose-free milk, and he was like, "How can you drink that? That sucks!" And I was like, "This not sucks." And I give him a little, and he was flabbergasted. He was so surprised at the milk tasting so good. So I think also that products and food taste different in different countries, because the countries itself, like the people of the countries, are used to different kind of flavors, right? So maybe I find McDonald's, for example, very gross because I'm used to actually tasty food. But you understand the point, right? That's a joke. Oh my god, you think your food is superior? Exactly, guys. You should come to Latin America. You're gonna get sued, but before that, you're gonna eat so many good ceviche. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, you're gonna die anyway, so I don't know. Like, no, but for real, like, I think I'm gonna brag because, guys, my country is so full of corruption and delinquency and bad shit that the only thing we can be proud of is our gastronomy. Like, that's the only thing we have left. we don't have anything else. We only have our culinary reputation. Like, let me be happy, okay? I think the only country that actually can compare to us in gastronomy is Mexico. Like, I gotta give that to my Mexican pals. Like, it's the only country that actually can fight, can be our nemesis in gastronomy. You know, it's the only country we recognize as an actual enemy, because all other countries suck in gastronomy. I'm just saying. You should visit Italy to taste good food. I know Italy has good food, but not as good as ours. Guys, don't take this seriously. Don't take this seriously because I'm gonna cry. They're gonna fatten you before that, like the witches, right? Imagine you come to Latin America, you eat so much you got fat and then you get killed. You know what? My mom, okay, guys, my mom is so evil. You know what she used to tell me as a child? Like, as a child, I was overweight, okay? I'm still overweight a little, but I mean, imagine if I should weigh like 60 kilograms, I'm like almost 70, okay? Like, I'm overweight, but not as overweight as a child. Guys, you already know, when I was a child, like, when I was in high school, I weighed more than 100 kilograms. Like, I was fat as fuck. So I do remember when I was more, like, when I was 10 years old, like, I already was, like, showing signs of like, obesity and shit like that. And I do remember that, my mom used to tell me to stop eating carbs and that kind of shit. But it's like, now I'm so annoyed because at the time when I was a child, I did thought that my overweight was because I was eating too much junk food, which wasn't true because I was forbidden to eat junk food at all. Like, I didn't eat candy, I didn't eat chocolate, like, I didn't eat anything that will make me fat. Okay, and anyway, like, she told me that I should stop eating junk food and stop being fat because in the country there was people that kidnapped children to kill them, take the fat out of them, and sell it to the dark market. Because children fat was a very high quality fat to cook. I'm so annoyed. And at the time, I believe it. At the time, I was so fucking scared of going out because I didn't want to get kidnapped and killed and getting my fat taken out of me. I think it was because I also saw, how do you call it? I saw this commercial because I don't know if you're going to you have this kind of advertisement of vitamins for children, and they're like made of fish fat or calamari fat or like pork fat, but with vitamins and proteins for your child to be strong, I guess. Yeah, some shit like that. Sometimes shit like that. My mom was so evil, guys. So evil. Yeah. That's the fat. Pepper is right. I think I'm just a picky eater. For example, there's something very tasty here that is called chicharrón. I don't know if you have chicharrón in your country. It's like pork, roasted pork. Like I don't know how it's called in English. Chicharrón. If someone knows, please translate it. I will appreciate. So there's something very tasty that is called chicharrón. Pork chicharrón. Okay, it's made of pig. People love it. Like people is crazy about chicharrón. People is crazy about chicharrón, but I don't like it. Because it's too fatty, like it's too greasy. I don't like greasy meals. I don't know if because I got traumatized, but it just doesn't feel right in my mouth. They feel uncomfortable. Chicharrón is like CHICHARRO with an accent and N. Yes. Wait, wasn't there a post about what witches feed children to eat them when the fat is the grossest part of the human body? I actually don't know. Chichar, can you write it in chat? Oh, sure. My bad. Chicharrón. De cerdo. Pig. Pork chicharrón. A spoon of Delta. Oh my god. A spoon. I'm not gonna say that shit. Can we get Delta fat? I actually cannot get fat. Like, guys, I have a lot of sicknesses, a lot of illnesses, right? And because of that, I cannot get more fat than I am. Like, I mean, I'm in medium term, like I'm not fat. For example, I don't have like, my body is not fat. I'm also not skinny. I'm right in the middle, right? And I have to keep it that way because if I get too skinny, my body is not gonna have enough like fat to maintain itself because okay, I don't understand what the doctor said, but I basically need to keep myself in the middle because if I get skinny, I can get sick, and if I get too fat, I also gonna get sick. So I have to be not in shape, like oh my god, right? But I gotta be right in the middle. And I wanna live at the moment. Like I guess I'm gonna get fat when I don't wanna live anymore. So you're gonna know. It looks so good. Chicharrón, yeah, brother. I know it's good, but I just it's not that I don't like it. I do like some certain parts of chicharrón, but it's also very uncomfortable to eat because I don't like 90% of the chicharrón. It's just like the meat part, and in order to get to the meat, I gotta just like take out all the fat And that's tiring. That's so tiring. So I prefer to say, no, I don't like, I don't want to, you know, like I'm too lazy to do that shit. Wait, guys, I'm eating. Maybe I made myself too many cereal. Makes me remember. What did I think to my mother? Nom 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 nom. Guys, I'm so freaking scary. Today I had a medical date. The reason why I took so long into actually starting the stream was because I had a medical date. Was basically a following session of my treatment, right? And the doctor basically told me, guys, I'm so fucking scared. I don't want to. I like my body. Okay. So, you know, because of the treatment, my body's gonna change. I'm gonna be propense to be obese, and I'm gonna be propense to get acne. I don't know how you call it. The little pimples in your face. Guys, I suffered so much in high school for the pimples, and I don't wanna go back. I like my face. Like, I like not having pimples anymore. You know? Exactly. I don't wanna go through puberty again. I started thinking about it, right? And I was like, I kind of don't. I mean, I know I have to because I need to normalize my hormones. Okay, that I kind of don't want to. I prefer to die. So sad. So I'm thinking maybe I should join a gym or something, right? To keep myself doing something with my body, and so I do not fall into, I don't know, obesity or like have a lot of problems. But I know. Time to start doing makeup. I actually do makeup, but makeup, you cannot do makeup when you have acne. It's very bad for your skin. And I don't want to. Imagine the horny powers you will get, though. I also don't want those. I'm okay. I'm actually fine. I mean, I think the only reason why I'm following the treatment is because it's necessary for my body. And yeah, I'm just gonna do it until my body gets stable, right? As soon as my body gets stable, I'm gonna get out, because guys, I'm actually I think the only thing that makes me insecure is my voice, but actually in appearance, I feel good, okay? It's not that I'm the handsomest man ever, but I'm not ugly, so I'm right in the middle, and I like being in the middle. It's a very good place to be. And on the other one, I don't want it to change. I don't want it to change. Si vas al gym para que te pongas bien algo más. I don't know. Like today I had this date with the doctor, and the doctor started to tell me, right? You have to do this, you have to do that, you need to do this, you need to do that. And I was like, do I? And yes, I have to, because I already received the treatment. So I cannot go back until at least 3 months, right? 3 months is the minimum. And I know. I'm crying. I'm eating and crying. I mean, it's not that I didn't know about the changes before doing the treatment, but somehow I didn't really think about them. I just told the doctor, you do what you need to do. The doctor did what she needed to do. Okay, guys. You will be good as a VTuber. You don't need to show your face. But I like looking good. I don't like being ugly. Like, guys, this is gonna sound materialistic as fuck, I guess, but I wasn't raised to be ugly. Okay, guys, I don't want it to be like, I don't want it to sound bad, but I think, okay, my family always was like, always taught me that appearance is really important, How people looks at you is how they treat you. If you look elegant and, unapproachable, they're gonna treat you like as if. So if I look like, I told you, I'm not like the handsomest man ever, but I'm not bad. So that's how people treat me. They treat me with care, and they very, very respectful to me. And I don't want that to change, right? I don't like... I don't want it to change. I don't know. I don't know, like... Maybe that's just how I was raised. Appearance is actually very important to us. I do remember, for example, the other day, when I was in high school, and my cousins and I used to be going to the same school. We were in classmates, but we were in the same school. And I do remember that I used to hang out with the quietest girl in the classroom. I don't know why I always felt attracted to people that looks very shy and like they don't talk. Like they're the most interesting people ever, so I got used to them. But I do remember this girl wasn't, visually pleasant at that time. I mean, we were kids, we were teenagers, right? And she was your typical girl with pimples and glasses, and she was like very small and skinny, and your typical shy girl. I thought she was cute, and I actually didn't even think about her appearance. I didn't care. I do remember that I have this cousin, the cousin that helped me picking up clothes the other day. She has always been like one of the popular kids. She has always been hanging out with the popular kids, like the handsome, the cute people, and that shit. I do remember we were eating together one day on our grandma's house, and it was our first week, I remember, of school. So one of our uncles asked us like, "How's school going? Like, have you made any friends? Do you like somebody?" And I do remember her saying, like, I don't know, this marked me forever. She said, I don't like, how did she respond? Like, okay, my uncle asked something like, had you met someone interesting? Like, someone do you like? And she was like, I don't care if they're interesting, and I don't have to like them. They just need to be pretty. And I was like, what? Why? And she was like, I mean, I don't hang out with ugly people. And I was like, what about me? She said, you're my family, so I don't have any other option. I remember I was gagged. I was like in the table, and I was like, I was looking at my uncle, and I was looking at my grandmother, and I was like, did you just hear what this bitch told me? You hear what this bitch told me? And everyone was all like, oh, right. they didn't even know what to respond, and I was like, oh, I see. Thank you. But yeah, that just opened my eyes, and I started noticing little aptitudes about my family. Not only my cousin, like all my family is like very, very. They have to take care of themselves. It's like, for example, my uncle used to say, your face is your presentation card, and type shit, right? So I guess I just internalized that, and now I don't want to be ugly. So I'm a little scared of getting through puberty again, because I barely got out of puberty looking passable, you know? Imagine if I go through puberty again and I don't make it this time. That will suck. Oh my god. Brother, you want to change the match? Your skeleton is already set. I hope so. I'm not gonna think about it too much, because I'm gonna get very anxious. I'm just gonna continue and see what happens. Rip Delta, dude. I do remember the conversation, because it's one of my core memories. It's when I like, how do you say, wake up about how people looks at me. Like, I think until that time I didn't even care. Like, it's not that I didn't care, I didn't even notice that people could look at me and think something, you know what I mean? And then I just thought about it, like, if I look at someone and I have thoughts about that someone, people can look at me and have thoughts about me. Like, it just hit me. And then I started to taking more care of myself. I didn't want to be called ugly again. So also remember, for example, in the last interview that I told you that I have with this job that I'm pursuing, and they told me that I need to take more care, like I need to dress better. I took it very personal. I took it really personal. Even though they didn't mean it, I took it like really, really personal. Like, they insulted me. And now I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna be handsome as ever. But yeah. Did you really say that out loud? Yeah. She's a very sincere person. I know she didn't mean wrong. Like, because she didn't use like a very mean tone. Like, she didn't want to offend. She said it as the just natural, as a natural thing. And I think that's what surprised me, right? Because when you hear that, you can say, oh, she was so mean and rude, but she wasn't mean at all. Like, she just said like something normal. Like, I think I was conscious of my own appearance, right? I wish I wasn't. So I was like, oh, okay. I see how it is. I do remember, for example, that cousin actually saved me from bullying. It's like, in school we never talk, not because she didn't want to talk to me, but because we were in different grades, and we never like hung out together. But I do remember when I joined the school, I used to be bullied a lot in that school. Like, it was a weird relationship, because it was my third school. I do remember. I had already been traumatized with bullying, right? So when I joined the school, I was like, if I get bullied, I'm gonna defend myself. But it got a little bit weird, because I started actually picking up in others, and instead of like just defending myself, I started attacking other people. And of course, that people will defend themselves. So it was I had a very weird relationship with my classmates. Like, I will pick up on them, and they will defend, and sometimes they will pick up on me, and I will try to defend, you know? So it was always like a very conflictive relationship. But I do remember there was this older students. They used to pick on little children. They were very rude and very like immature, you know? And I was very afraid of those people, because they were bigger than me, you know? They were older. And because my cousin was always the popular one. I remember 1 year later she joined the school and she started hanging out with the popular people, and between the popular people was these guys, right? And they stopped picking on me. It's like I feel like having a spy on the inside, you know. We never talk, but I do remember we were on an activity after class, and she just joined the school. It has been like 1 month and a half, right? And we were in this after activity class, and I remember them were like walking to me, ready to I don't know, to tease me or like say something hurtful, you know. And she appeared and called them out, and then say hi to me and ask me like, "Hi Delta, how are you doing? Have you eaten? Oh, tell like my mom name, you know. Tell your mama I'm gonna like do this and this and this." And I was like, "Oh yeah, thank you." And they look at me, they look at her, and they just went away with her. And I think they were asking like, "Do you know him?" And she was like, "Yeah, he's my cousin." And they stopped picking on me. Nepotism good. Guys, I felt like I had like a pass card. I do remember like after she joined the school, everything was easier. It was very funny because when she just told me that she was joining our school, I felt actually annoyed because I had shared the school with my cousins my whole life. It's like, have you seen those series when you share the clothes with your like brothers? I think for some people it's reality. Like your older brother t-shirt is gonna be your older t-shirt, and then it's gonna be your older brother t-shirt, and then it's gonna be your t-shirt, and then it's gonna be your younger brother t-shirt. Some kind of shit like that. Like we always share schools, and because we always share schools, I was often being compared with them. Like, oh, cousin A is so smart, you should be more like them. Cousin B is so sporty, you should do more sports. Cousin C like knows to sing, like so beautiful, you should learn music. So I was always being compared with them. Actually, they're very extended. What can I say? Like. What can I say? They're very, very extending. And I was like very annoyed when she told me she was joining my school, because I already had like 3 cousins in that school and I didn't need one more. But after she joined, actually she made my life a lot easier. Like mean kids stopped picking on me. She started giving me advices on how to socialize, and I don't know, like she used to keep me company when there was these school events where I used to be alone. Now I had her, and it was very, very wholesome actually. Make her cousin twice remove and juggle spinning as a plot of an above average light mobile. Okay, wait. Make her cousin twice remove. Make her cousin twice remove. Wait, what? I don't get it. Wait. I don't get it. Can you explain it to me? Wait, I'm gonna ban. I forgot Twitch existed. I'm so sorry. Hello, sit alone. How are you doing? Welcome. Hello. Sorry, my bad. Forgot Twitch existed. You're reading too deep into my stupid comments. Stop it. What? Wait, it's not. Also, I'm not overthinking. I genuinely don't know the translation of that sentence. Like, I genuinely didn't understand. Like, it's not that I didn't understand the meaning. I didn't understand the words. And hence, because I didn't understand the words, I also didn't understand the meaning. Oh my god. Guys, let me search what I'm gonna read you today. Okay, I have a lot of stories actually. I don't know why should I read you first. I have a story that is very long. I don't know if we're gonna be able to finish it today because it's from a light novel I was working on. I never finished it. But I do have the text. By causing trust Ramon, I was pointing the need of romance hook in the average rhyme model. Oh, as it wasn't my cousin, but for example, my friend or my neighbor. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you have any food related story? I don't think so. I do have a song that is about a potato. I can read it to you. Because song counts as poetry, right? Well, a little bit. So I can read you the song lyrics. It's about a potato that sings. Oh yeah, would you like us to read you some... Oh, it's good they're gonna be poetry. Yes, I have one poetry here. I prepared the ones that make me less cringe, you know? Would you like us to give you some feedback, something specific? Should we know? Yeah, feedback is okay. But be nice. I mean, feedback is okay as long as you be nice and not be rude, okay? The most cringe one? No. Define nice? Like, don't be rude. I don't have to define that. I honestly don't know how to define that. Just don't be rude. Okay, guys, last spoon. Okay, I was stretching myself. Okay. Nom 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 nom. Time to roast the S. No, bro, shut the fuck up. I'm showing you my soul, okay? I'm showing you myself. You shall be nice. You didn't hear anything. Oh, Delta, your poetry is magnificent and totally not cringe. Counts as nice? Yes, counts as nice. Do you want to hear poetry? I can give you some poetry. I guess this counts as poetry. Guys, sorry if the translation is wonky, okay? Sorry if the translation is a little bit wonky. Wait, let me search for the where is it? Okay, so this poetry is called Clementine, okay? Because So in old times, Clementine Clementine comes from a word in Latin that is clemens, right? And that word means merciful. And the poem is about the speaker, like the one who's okay. This is inspired from a character. Okay, this is not about me. But the character is always grappling their cruelty and their lack of mercy, and they hide it, behind a mask. And the title is like apparently cruel, or like the fate is cruel, or some shit like that. But actually, the commentaries of the speaker is merciful. So, but not in the okay. I'm just gonna read it and you're gonna understand, because I don't know how to explain it. Okay. Ice lyrics, shouldn't they be in original? No, I mean I did it, but they're in Spanish, and I just translated to English because I want everyone to understand. Because I do write in Spanish, guys. It's my native language. It's easier for me to write in Spanish. Hello there, sorry I'm late. I'm at work. Hello, Nia. How are you doing? Welcome. I hope you're having a nice day. Welcome. Okay, so this one, if there's no more questions, I'm nervous. Okay. This one names... Oh no, this is not Clementine. My bad. My bad. This is called I'm mistaken. My bad. This one is how do you say the last cutscene? I don't know English, guys, but something like that. Okay. Okay. You are genius of shadows and light, master of the frame where the world dances, the architect of visions, known dirt knows, where the future kneels to your lens. Your eyes are mirrors of a veiled time, and they read the fate that was not yet born. In each scene, like a winged god, you stain with omens the light and the cold. I was the mask, the painted gold, the world that thunders on others' lips. I was the face that shines without being invoked, the leaden star, the laurels without thunders. But how sweet and dreadful your exquisite gaze. In it I was truth, without pretense nor ruse. You, the sculptor of my voice and my face. I, the marble that fears to shatter in your fight. Oh, how faithful the pity that dwells in me. I, impious breath, tongue of gods. I don't think the music is fitting the... I don't think the music is fitting the language. I'm gonna change it. Let me see. My bad. Okay, let's try this one. So sorry, my bad. Okay. Let's continue. Let the shadow wither my name and fled from your temple. Oh, sincere soul. I did not wish to gouge you, yet I was a blade. I was thunder without the rain, a cruel impostor. I gave you the epilogue of a frozen page, for I wished to save you, and I was your terror. And now I look at you, an extinguished beacon. You no longer foretell, you no longer breathe, and in the dust of the indistinctive tale, my ruin and yours are captive flames. I am not the martyr, nor you the victim. We are not a poem of noble gold. We are two verses, errant, equivocal, two echoes that once called life. That's all. I think it rhymes more when it's Spanish, but it makes sense, I guess. So that was the first one. Yay! Let me see what other one is here. There's quite a lot actually, but what else? Oh my god, the music's a little loud. Do you want to hear the potato one? I think the potato one, I have it on my phone. Wait, give me a moment. I have one about a potato and one about aliens. Oh my god, I have so many songs, but none of these are good enough. How do I share this? Far, far away, and the deepest of space. I can make fun of this. This is very cool. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know. I don't get it. Well, I was thinking about it. Maybe I should have prepared some lyrics or something, but I don't want you to read it because it makes me shy. So I don't know. It makes me a little shy, and I don't want you to know. Let me think. I have some that are. Oh, do you want to hear the one with the arcanes? Okay, so you know that I told you yesterday that I did some. I mean, it's only like 3 at the moment. There's like the arcanes of the tarot, and each symbol represents one thing, right? For example, there's the magician, the joker, and the stuff like that. So I was doing a little experiment with that. So I guess I'm gonna read that one. The first one is. Let me see. Okay, this is the magician. I'm gonna translate it. I forgot to translate that one. Is the magician arcane one. I hope you get to understand, because I do know that my accent makes difficult to people to understand me, but I hope you can understand what I'm saying. I really hope so. Let me see. Oh, hello, Angel. How are you doing? Welcome. We're reading some stories. Yes. Okay. The alien one? Okay, I'm gonna read the alien one after this one. It's very silly. It's very stupid. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Arcanum 1. The magician. Do you think something matters? Let me be more precise. Do you consider your actions to have intrinsic value? That your ideas are more than someone else's stylized repetitions? Don't rush to answer, but remember your answer. It will be useful later. Now let's play a game for a while. Existential nihilism starts from an uncomfortable premise. The universe has no objective or meaning. No morality is absolute. No truth is immutable. There is no given purpose, and yet the individual persists. It's a humble idea that life has no meaning, neither higher, nor mystical, nor universal. But, and here's the trick, you still have to live it. Not because you should, but because you're already here. Because you opened your eyes this morning, and that condemns you to act, to decide, to respond. Not because you failed, but precisely because there isn't. In short, there's no script, but you still got on stage. Of course, there are always options. You can spend your life worshipping a god who demands blood for affection, like the Aztecs, or one who condemns you for desiring the one you love, like Christianity in the worst days. You can even join parties that promise equality through submission, as certain bearded Europeans attended with lengthy manifestos and catastrophic consequences. Everyone is searching for meaning, and everyone swears to have it. And yet, here you are, reading this with the same uncertainty as always, in an application of dubious to put. Okay, I did this too. Okay, I need to make a clarification. Most of these texts I used to publish them in an application that I'm not gonna mention, but it's a very suspicious platform. I already deleted though, but yeah, they used to be there. So anyways, the Romans during the Republic distinguished themselves between phantom and virtues. Faith was inescapable, yes, but virtue consisted of responding with dignity. They knew that fire would consume the city sooner or later. What mattered was how one entered the flames. In the 12th century, in Japan, Soji monks fought armed while reciting sutras about the impermanence of all things. They died like flowers torn by the wind, convinced that their struggle was simultaneously transcendent and irrelevant. In the 1517, a monk nailed his doves to a church door. Not out of vanity, but out of conviction. The Protestant Reformation unleashed wars, inquisitions, and reforms, but Martin Luther knew none of that yet. He had only decided that, even if no one listened to him, his conscience could not be silent. There are those who renounce religion and embrace rationality, like Bertrand Russell, for example. He claimed that the universe is doomed to head death. Yet, he promoted peace, education, and civil rights. Contradiction? No, it was a choice. The Stoics love to talk about control. You can control what happens, only how you react. They will say this just before dying of a plague or being stabbed by the emperor whom they swore loyalty. Very dignified, yes, but also quite useless. Advertising tells you to buy because you deserve it, religion because you're unworthy, the system because you already signed, even if you don't remember when. And when you finally make a decision, whether to vote, meditate, or simply ignore it all and watch a Turkish series dubbing fresh with Spanish subtitles, the illusion of freedom dissolves like a wafer in cheap wine. In a recent experiment, hundreds of people were asked to choose between two options: press a button and save an unknown life, or do nothing. 70% pressed the button. Most said afterwards that they didn't know why they had done it, but that they couldn't not do it. What matters, it seems, is not the what, but the how. Think of ice cream. Do you like vanilla? So you hate chocolate? You can like both. You'd be indecisive, weak, a threat to a postmodern stability. Choose wisely before you'll be labeled. Oh my god, English is so hard. Before you're labeled as a boomer. And don't worry, whatever your answer is, someone on Twitter is already drafting a 28-part thread explaining why your choice is ruining the planet. Preferring tea to coffee doesn't imply a manifesto against the roasted bean, and appreciated sacred art doesn't require devotion. Loving a person requires no explanation. Action needs no answer, only intention. Look at yourself. You're here thinking about whether you agree with me or maybe not. Maybe you're already writing a mental rebuttal. Or maybe you felt challenged by the ice cream example. Or by the mention of your favorite ideology. Sorry, I never liked the Pope. Not since I learned that photos of him dressed as Bad Bunny were AI. Maybe you were outraged, maybe you smile. Because in the great theater of opinion, lukewarmness is a sin, and contradiction is anathema. That's what you choose, but if you choose poorly, you're a nobody. Think about it. Are you really choosing anything? When you buy like mayonnaise, do you do it because you want it? Or because you've been raised to crave it and despise vegetable oil? When you get angry, do you do it out of principle? Or out of a need to feel aligned with a side, a cause, an identity? When you love, do you truly love? Or do you fulfill a cultural expectation of what love should feel like? Oh, translator didn't translate this part. Let me copy and paste it. My bad. Oh my god, it's really long. Give me a moment. Okay. When you love, do you truly love, or do you feel like of that expectation of what love should feel like? Nihilism doesn't mock your values. It comes as a reminder that every value was written in chalk on a wet sidewalk. There is no firm ground. There is no guarantees. Only you, the mood, and the way you choose to step on it. Your religion, your politics, your diet, your morality, your sexual orientation, or your favorite type of beauty all are mutable, molded, learned, borrowed. But the way you treat the waiter, your mother, or yourself when you make a mistake, that perhaps is the closest thing to something authentic. Now let's return to your answer. If you agree with all the above, you're probably a nihilist. And if you don't agree, you're also a nihilist. If you believe something matters, perhaps you're an existential nihilist. You recognize emptiness but choose to act. And if you believe nothing matters, you're also a nihilist, because by responding you already made a choice. So, do you really think it matters? Yes. I thought that was a little bit cringe, but anyway, it's already done. A little. Yeah. I just thought it's very funny because I for this one I had to actually recollect a lot of information and I had to read a lot of shit. So I feel a little proud because of the research I had to do, but at the end I just don't like how I phrase it. But it's already done. Let me see what else. You read too fast. It's just trying to end as fast as possible. Yes, I'm trying to do that. How did you notice? DeviantArt? No, I'm not gonna tell you. Let me search for the second one. Here's the second one. Huh? Oh, this one is a little bit hahas, I guess. Okay. This is Arcanum number 3. The distinguished nullity of Sir Lysander Bay. I'm gonna try to read it slowly. Okay. Dear Sir, it is with unnecessary cruel delight that I allow myself to dedicate a few lines to the sublime mediocrity embodied in the pitiful figure of Lysander Bay. Okay, but it's just that I haven't finished the second one. So I read you the first one, but the second one is still in the makings. Like I haven't finished the text. So the one I finished is the third one. I'm so sorry. My bad. Don't fucking interrupt. Okay. What a creature. If the passage of time had been a river, Lysander would have been nothing more than the dirty foam trapped between the stones, swirling in circles with a frankly pathetic persistence. Born, according to rumors I refuse to confirm, from an union of negligence and despair, our dear Lysander has made inaction an art. While the world turns, empires fall, and clocks tick down, he entertains himself by dancing in circles with his illusions of perfection, like a jester who, rather than amusing, inspires pity. Crammed down with imaginary projects, overwhelmed by the overwhelming possibility of doing something, anything, Lysander always opts for the safest response, doing nothing at all. But with a theatricality worthy of a third-rate actor pretending to be playing Hamlet. Oh, how he struts around with his little personal theater, gesticulating grandly while his empty soul repeats the same lines of helplessness and self-pity. Every decision he evades, every goal he postpones, every longing he stifles on the layers of false anxiety is but another brick in the great wall of his own irrelevance. And yet, what mastery of dissimulation! How he wraps himself in rows of false sophistication, how he persists in feigning an inner complexity that is nothing more than hollow air. If perfectionism were a crime, Lysander will be nothing more than a clumsy pickpocket trying to rob a bank armed with a fork, or more appropriately, a potato. In his mind, not to mention, a cauldron of contradictory impulses, like a crumb sheet music played by a blind chimpanzee, overloaded with stimuli, saturated with self-deception. The poor devil seems to think his perpetual state of paralysis is an admirable trait, worthy of contemplation and envy. No, my dear, he's nothing more than a statue of flesh, destined for oblivion. And if there were still any doubts about the unaffordable abyss into which Lysander Bay's existence sinks, it's appropriate, for the sake of truth and comedy, to detail some additional miseries. His physiognomy, the good Lysander possesses that peculiar quality of resembling simultaneously a half-baked fetus and a poorly drawn caricature of itself. His face, a masterpiece of disproportion, brings together the inexplicable alliance of glassy, designed throat eyes, a nose that seems to have been sculpted with a hammer blows, and a mouth that painfully tries to hide its perpetual grimace of stupid self-importance. Regarding his lineage, little can be said without falling into pity. Born to a mother whose greatest aspiration was to marry the first person who will not mistake her for furniture, and a father who, according to the same servants, will have abandoned the cradle after seeing the offspring. It's no wonder Lysander turned out to be such a horribly molten creature. Genetics, in his case, was nothing less than an act of biological terrorism. And his fortune, a bad joke. Just a handful of coins inherited from a teetotaling and miserly uncle, which Lysander managed with the grace of a drunken peacock, splurging on soulless trinkets, trying to buy with wads of cash what he could never manufacture, neither elegance nor intellect, nor the most basic dignity. And although a glimpse of his succinct character has already been offered, Lysander is a feast of listed flaws. Faint-hearted as a mangy mouse, dramatic as a fasting governess, as narcissistic of the worst kind. Any conversation with him is like throwing pearls into a sewer. His mind, occupied by only lamentations and childish fantasies, barely managed to string together two thoughts before becoming entangled in his own pathos. And let's not forget his prodigious talent for being a victim of himself, a martyr without a cross, a hero without a battle, a corpse who breathes only to remind us what we never must become. Lysander Bay is the most pathetic pantomime of a human being that has ever graced this poor world with his presence. An aesthetic disgrace, a walking calamity, a monument to worthlessness adorned with the pretense of being something more than a jaw with legs. But what can be done? Not everyone is born to be more than decorative noise. Let Lysander Bay continue playing his private tragicomedy. We, the truly living, can only laugh, shrug, and toast our good fortune in not being him. Best regards, Lysander Bay. Yay! Oh, you don't react, that's cheating. I mean, it's not my fault. I mean, I'm just a hater. What can I do? What do you expect from me? I'm just a hater. What do you expect of me? I don't know. I don't know what was expected. I'm just a guy. You are very descriptive, overly so, in my opinion, or imho. Is it in my opinion or imho? I think it's in my opinion, right? Yes, okay, I gotta tell you something, guys. I started writing because I used to do roleplay and fanfiction. So you can understand that my style of writing is very descriptive. I've been trying to change it. I try to put poetry sometimes, and I try to change my origins. But I guess it's still cursing me the fact that I'm a little bit descriptive. Okay, this one is the song about the no shit unironically dry haiku, right? I will. I mean, the one with 4 sentences, right? For words, I don't remember, but I will try it. I will try it. I think it's a very cool thing, but I will try it. Okay, I will do it for the next reading stream. Then I don't know when it's gonna be actually. Okay, this is the one of the potato. Okay, this is called Patty the potato. Okay, I'm gonna read it through. It's a song, so it's a little confusing. From the fields of the heartland, a spot had a plan. Dream of the spotlight, but no one gave a damn. She was born in the dirt, no silver spoon inside, but she had a voice that could light up the night. Her skin was a little rough, but her curls were prime. She knew how to sell it, and that wasn't a crime. She'd sign in the kitchen, thinking I'd make them all see that a potato like me, and said they were free. But, oh, Patty, the potato with the soul of a star. She sold her heart for a ticket to a bar. Told herself she was different, told herself she was rare. But in the end, she was just another dish on the shore. Her big break came at a ghosting call. Big voice, big hips, girl. You're gonna rule them all. She signed the purpose. She didn't read the fine print. She was gonna be a queen. No time for a hint. She danced, she sang, she shone so bright. Every night she was on fire, but every night was a fight. As the fame grew, the truth was clear. They didn't want her talent, they just want her rear. She thought she'd make it, rise above it all, but the oven was preheated, ready for her fall. They loved her voice, but more than her song, it was her juicy self that didn't take long. Patty's dream and crispy and fried, I star on the plate, no tears left to hide. She wanted the world, but in the end, it was all just a bite. Well, that's how trends bend. Patty the potato. I do remember I was on a break, like I was on vacation. I think I was on a trip some months ago when I wrote this song. When I was on my bed, I was bored and I was like, oh, Patty the potato, wait, okay. I was vibing. I was thinking, oh my god, song is so good. And I remember I was talking with Rina Stera, and we were in a call. No, we weren't even in a call. I told her, like, she asked me how my day was, and I told her I wrote a song about a potato. And she called me, and the first thing she said was, sing it to me. And I was like, huh? What do you mean? And she was like, sing it to me. And I had to sing it to her without music, without editing. It was so embarrassing. And then she just hung up. It was so embarrassing. What is it still about society? I mean, I don't think... I think this one is about society, but I don't think the other one is about society. Okay, so I'm gonna explain it because I think it's been misinterpreted and I don't want that. The first one is the one about nihilism, right? It's just also really funny because it's about people. It's actually about people that believe that their belief is all what it exists and don't consider the other ones. For example, I found this very, very funny when I was reading about some stuff for my research. I found about nihilism, and I was very curious because I do have a friend that is a nihilist and he's very pessimistic. So I used to relationate nihilism with a pessimistic lifestyle, and I didn't like it. But when I started reading about nihilism, I was like, this is nothing I thought it was, right? And it's actually about me. Because I let my prejudices about the person let me think that nihilism was a very pessimistic type of lifestyle, and it actually is not. It's actually a very productive and positive one. At least that's how I see it. But I guess the belief is not the person, but the person is the belief. So I try to guide it, right? That does it actually matters if you don't like a specific religion or belief? Like what it will matter if I don't like, for example, X religion? It shouldn't matter because at the end everything is real if you consider it real, right? So that's what the text is about. And Death of an Author is about society. I don't think it's about society. I think it's about nihilism. Explain. I don't remember what it was about. Crazy. I mean, I can't relate. And then the second one, the one about Lysander Bay, is actually me. Also me. It's actually myself, guys. It's my shit. It's of course it's gonna be about me. I'm Lysander Bay. But I try to add some like hateful comments. So the thing with that arcanum, I think, let me check the arcanum. The arcanum is the magician, if I am correct. No, is the Joker. Okay. So the thing about the Joker is that one thing that really catch my attention when I start reading the tarot cards meaning was that the Joker pretends to be something that it isn't, right? And the Jokers most of the time will exaggerate, mimic someone else's. So I try to make this text as offensive as possible, but trying to keep those kind of letters that were very old, in the 18th century when people used to write letters to each other. And I just imagine two old ladies, gossiping through letters. That will be so funny. So I imagine that and I say, how will they write to each other? But then because I had the Joker Arcanum as a topic, I say, what will the Joker do? The Joker will pretend to be Lysander Bay, or the Joker will be Lysander Bay and pretend to be a lady chit-talking about him just to catch his enemies, and that's what the text is about. See, the Joker is a jester. Yes, exactly, the jester. It has, I think it's the Fool, right? The Fool, but I don't know if that's the name in English, because in Spanish had a different translator, so I don't know. Hello Delta, hello Mistras Fear, how are you doing? Welcome, buenos días, bienvenido, ¿cómo estás? I hope you're having a very nice day. We're having a very relaxed storytelling stream. Yes. Different connotations? Oh, I see. Well, it's the one that has a funny hat. Yes. And the one that has a funny hat. I mean, I guess that's a funny I find it really funny that you think about society, because I think that's a very interesting thing about just narrative, that you can read it and you can interpret something based on your context. And I find that really interesting, because I think most of the texts that I read, they don't have the meaning that I give it to them, but I give that meaning because that's what I like to believe, and I feel like it's very, very interesting. It's very interesting. I haven't shared my stories with people, and people has not commented about my stories because I haven't shared it. So it's something very interesting. I find it like I'm a little happy. Okay, let me search for the next one. Oh no, this one is too edgy. I don't want to read this one. Too edgy. Me no likey. I'm not actually, but it could be read as a societal commentary. That will be funny. That will be really funny. I actually was writing... Okay, so the second arcanum, I'm not gonna reveal which one is. The second that is still on the main kings is actually about conspirational theories. Because I don't remember who in chat told me about the earth is flat and some type shit, and I was like, this guy is insane. So I started writing about it, but I still haven't found the right vibe, because I don't want to be a complaint. I want to be something funny to read, and I still haven't found the vibe to do it. But this is about conspirational theories, that the aliens living in the ocean. And that's shit that I talk about, actually. Most of the shit that I talk on the stream is shit that I write, but I just don't say it. I guess this one. Okay, I can read you this one. This one is but this one is a light novel. So if it's boring, let me know. I can change it, okay, to another one. What is your favorite Delta song? I don't think I have a favorite song. I like a lot of songs. He doesn't believe the truth comeback is propaganda time. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about now? Are you being rude to me? I think you're being rude to me. I think you're being rude to me and you're disguising it, right? It's okay. It's okay. Okay, this text... Oh my gosh, this text is so long. Okay. Okay, this one is so long, guys. This one is actually a gay story. This is a fictional gay story. I hope you like it. I tried to make it a light novel, but I haven't got the time. So, okay. This one's called... I mean, I did this one with a friend, by the way, just for you to know. Okay. This one is called Aeloria. Although he wouldn't admit it, he eagerly awaited the arrival of that weekend, that peculiar period of rest humans had established, even though only the most privileged could afford it. The lower-ranking human vermin continued to work tirelessly, even on those days that were supposedly meant to be days of rest. An irony not lost on him, an eternal and distant observer of their miseries. The ruins stood in the heart of a forest with a fearsome reputation. Cursed, haunted, or worse, a place inspired fear and fascination in equal measure. Despite its deterioration, the structure still retained an imposing majesty, a vestige of better times. The surrounding forest was full of secrets. Monstrous creatures coexisted with enchanting beings, such as small fairies and animals of less grotesque forms. It was a place where the beautiful and the macabre coexisted in a delicate balance. In one of the many rooms of those lonely ruins, a semi-human-looking being remained completely silent. He was surrounded by books that somehow seemed to have escaped the passage of time, protected from natural decay by an ancient magic. That figure was known by a name that resonated in legends: Netheris. He himself had protected those texts, accumulating them with an almost morbid zeal. Although curious creatures rarely ventured there, none dared to stay too long. "You're taking too long, Michael." Netheris' voice didn't come from his mouth, but seemed to rise from everywhere, like a whisper that mingled in the sight of the wind. As he murmured, his eyes, if they were indeed behind his shell of wings, were fixed on an ancient book, as though his true intention was waiting for his guest. Michael, that mortal who had, well, it's Mikael, but let's put it in English, I guess. That mortal who had recently begun to stray from his carefully laid plan. And although Netheris was the epitome of patience, this change of course was achieving something unthinkable, driving him mad. Michael couldn't help but jump with excitement as he ran through the forest. Finally, freedom. The daily grind was exhausting. He finally had time to explore that part of the forest where some time ago some scout soldiers had informed him of a strange structure. The weight of the air achieved as soon as Michael crossed the threshold of the ruins. There was something alive in that space, something that seemed to watch him from the shadows of the worn pillars and the cracks in the walls. But far from stopping him, that feeling drove him forward. His heart pounded, not from fear, but from the excitement of the unknown. He had been in too many places forgotten by time, but this one was different. The scent of old paper and damp stone filled his lungs as he walked. He couldn't stop his mind from filling with questions. Who had built this place? Why had they abandoned it? What secrets might those walls hide? Every step seemed to bring him closer to a revelation he couldn't explain, but which he desired with every fiber of his being. Sorry, I'm gonna change the music. When he entered the book room, the sight struck him like a lightning bolt. Shelves packed with ancient tomes rose up around him, defying time and decay. Michael felt his body tense with pure wonder. He took off his gloves, almost... I'm not gonna read that, it's too hard. And let his bare fingers touch the covers of the nearest books. "This can be real," he murmured, a wide smile curling his lips. He couldn't help but laugh. It was a sincere, almost childlike laugh, like that of a child who has just discovered buried treasure. He picked up a book at random, admired the texture of its binding, the engravings of its spine, the smell of centuries compressed into those pages. He opened it carefully, letting his eyes scan the words inscribed in a language he didn't know but found fascinating. The weight of the moment hit him. He was just looking at a collection of books. He was in the presence of stories, of entire lives encapsulated in words. Excitement filled his chest, his curiosity devouring him from within. But then, the air changed again. An icy draft ran through the dorm, raising the hairs of his skin. Michael stopped reading and looked up, alert. For a moment, all was silent, but it was a silence too thick, too charged. "Who's there?" he asked, his voice firm but restrained, as he didn't want to disturb the calm of the room. He turned slowly, his eyes were scanning the shadows. His breathing was measured, but his mind was racing in 1,000 directions. He had felt many things in his life as a soldier, but this was new. It wasn't exactly fear he felt, it was anticipation. It was a mixture of alertness and an inexplicable attraction to whatever might be hiding in the dark. And then he saw it, emerging from the shadows. A snow-white figure loomed before him. Blonde beast felt his heart. The translation got mistaken. Michael felt his heart stop for a moment. It wasn't human. That was immediately clear. But it wasn't a monster either. Not in the traditional sense. There was something hauntingly beautiful about this being. Something that made it impossible to ignore. Michael's thoughts swirled. Logic told him to back down, that something so perfect could be nothing but dangerous. But his curiosity, that spark that always pushed him beyond limits, kept him in the place. He clutched the book to his chest like a shield and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. But his mind kept screaming questions at him. Who was this figure? Why was it there? What did he want? Without realizing it, Michael smiled, not out of joy, but out of defiance. If this place had been waiting so long to be found, then he had come to discover everything. No matter how terrifying or incomprehensible the figure before him was, he wasn't about to back down. Finally, he had arrived. Niteris left his comfortable spot, sliding effortlessly into the shadows that swallowed him whole. He moved through the gloom, almost indistinguishable, suppressing his own presence so as not to suffocate the mortal exploring the ruins with a gaze aligned with curiosity. From the cluster of wings covering his face, 2 eyes of the color of sweet wine peered out of a brief moment, glowing with a disturbing intensity, like those of a predator observing its prey with unspeakable desire. It was the first time Niteris had seen him so close, and something inside him stirred. Jealousy? Perhaps. That human word bordered on the truth, but what he felt went far beyond that. Michael was pride, as if the sun had kissed him at birth, an almost offensive contrast to someone like Niteris, born of darkness. For a moment, He wondered how it was possible that someone so radiant, so naturally perfect, could show such fascination for something as mundane as a few books. A crook, almost involuntary smile curved his lips, slightly tearing at the corners and revealing his imposing teeth. Michael, however, was not so naive. His warrior instinct allowed him to perceive in that presence, and with unexpected firmness, he asked the air who was there. Neither couldn't help but laugh, a soft mocking echo that resonated as if the wine itself were mocking him. Without further ado, the shadows spying up, revealing his figure with deliberate theatricality. He presented himself to the human with an air of innate superiority, his presence as majestic as it was threatening. Impolite, he murmured in a language that bordered on human understanding, but wasn't quite. This time, the words came out of his mouth, imbued with a mocking, serene tone. With almost feline grace, Nithers began the pace to the room, his long, icy fingers skimming the books on the shelves. His gaze seemed disinterested, but he knew exactly what he was looking for. Reaching the desired volume, he gently tugged at it, taking it in both hands as if assessing its contents, even though he knew every word inscribed within its pages. Michael received that book cautiously, though his face betrayed the mixture of trust and fascination he felt toward the figure before him. Nitheri's hands withdrew with calculated slowness, as if savoring every moment of that brief interaction. Michael noted the chill that lingered after the contact. It was a chill and felt more like a warning than a physical sensation. His eyes fell upon the book's cover. It was heavy, made of aged leather, with carved leaves that seemed to come alive in the dim light. The central design was a dagger, stylized with details that mimicked veins of blood running through the metal. Something about the object felt eerily familiar, but he couldn't quite place why. He opened the volume with firm but careful hands. What he found left him speechless. The pages were filled with a language he couldn't decipher, characters that seemed to flow like living ink. Each page he turned seemed to sigh through his fingers. The first showed the dagger from the cover, but this time plunged into the chest of a human figure. Michael felt a knot in his stomach. Although the illustration was vague, there was something unmistakable about the angle, the posture, the expression of the victim. A forgotten image, yet deeply etched in his memory, came to mind. His brother, mortally wounded. He turned the pages, his eyes searching for answers as his breathing grew heavier. The following illustrations were even more disturbing. They depicted a grotesque transformation, a body changing, breaking, and reforming into something inhuman. He didn't understand the exact meaning, but he knew he had seen something similar before. His brother, the changes he underwent before disappearing. "What is this?" he murmured, more to himself than to Nithers. When he looked up from the book, he met the gaze of that majestic figure. Michael felt a mixture of admiration and distrust. Nithers was imposing, almost beautiful, but not in a way that inspired reverence. It was a dangerous beauty, like of a wild animal stalking in the gloom. Michael closed the book with a low bang, trying to control his breathing. His hands trembled slightly, but his mind didn't waver. If he could understand that language, he might know if the book was a grimoire, a legend, or a prophecy. His mind was starting to work. The being in front of him was perfect. Too perfect to not be dangerous. "Who are you?" he asked firmly. "What are you?" Looking him up and down. Michael had many physical qualities, but he wasn't very intelligent. He wasn't an ideal strategist, but he wasn't afraid of any challenge. He had finally found something related to his brother. He wasn't ready to let go, not the book, nor the figure watching him as he were a jester. It was without a doubt a fascinating reaction. A human so full of courage, accepting something from a being whose human nature was evident. Wouldn't it have been the most logical thing to take a step back? Even a step? Nidaris had given him a book that, despite its apparent simplicity, contained images that barely hinted at its contents, leaving the rest to the imagination. And Michael, it seemed, had a generous mind for it. Nidaris remained motionless, observing every reaction, every expression that erupted from the man's face as he deciphered the book's mysteries. He noticed the turmoil that was beginning to manifest, a whirlwind of emotions that enveloped the mortal like an invisible cloak, visible only to him. Grief clung to Michael like a persistent shadow, a dark imprint that Nidaris contemplated with interest. So sorry, I was falling from my chair. The contrast between the two of them was overwhelming. Michael, lively and expressive, stirred with its discovery, while Nidaris remained like a statue, motionless, not even simulating a breath. However, the human visitor's voice broke the silence, and the wings that hit his face trembled softly, a shiver that seemed to draw a spark of hidden humanity from him. "That is not important," Nidaris replied, his voice echoing in the vast hall like an echo that like a source. "I do not have a name, and my existence is beyond what you can comprehend. However," he placed a pale hand thoughtfully on his chin, You do have an identity, a story." A faint smile, controlled and without the grotesque, towering expression of before, appeared on his face. It seemed almost friendly, although the lack of naturalness in his expression made it unsettling. Nidaris moved with the grace of a predator, disappearing into the shadows that seemed to devour him completely, as if even the he had feared those glooms at some distant moment. "Mortals are made of stories," he continued, his voice now coming from all around, enveloping Michael. "Yours seems rich and complex, still constantly growing. But tell me, is it worth carrying its weight? It seems even larger, even more difficult to bear." Nidaris walked among the shelves, brushing his fingers along the spines of the books, his silhouette a shadow among any. Finally, he stopped and sat near the human, in a section that had once been used for learning, with tables and chairs, now covered by the patina of time. He picked up another book, one that appeared to be a dictionary, flipping through it casually as if the gesture were a forgotten habit. "Let me feed on your story, Michael," he whispered, his tone almost imperceptible, an echo that faded into the library. Michael didn't take his gaze off the entity, though his body was tense. Every part of him already was ready for any eventuality. His sword laid at his side, the light of the runes reflecting off his blessed age, a gift from the gods. Lunaris, the blade of dawn. It was his most prized weapon, capable of slicing through even the thickest shadows. But at that moment, he didn't wield it. His hand remained by the handle, a silent reminder that he was not defenseless. Still, something in the air told him that this thing was no ordinary enemy. The way it spoke, shrouded its work in a mist of mystery, unnerving him. Nidaris didn't try to sugarcoat his words or feign a cordiality he didn't feel, like so many others in the royal court. To Michael, it was strangely refreshing, though still unsettling. He was used to the kind of smiles laced with hypocrisy, the empty compliments, and the broken promises. As this being was looking directly at him, without pretense, and offering him something real. "Feed you on my story?" Michael asked, his voice firm, but with a curiosity he couldn't hide. Michael didn't know what to say. Instead, he watched him, tilting his head slightly, as if studying every line of that feather halo, every movement of his body. Finally, he closed the book he'd been leafing through and strode forward, placing it on the corroded wooden table. With each step, Michael felt a chill round his spine. He gritted his teeth, his mind flooded with memories. His brother's laughter, his strength, his pain. He couldn't help but wonder how this entity knew so much, but he wasn't willing to miss the opportunity. "Can you take me to him? Help me heal him?" The urgency in his voice was palpable, his gaze fixed on the other, searching for the truth in that partially hidden face. In that desperation, he revealed more than he should have. On pure instinct, seeing himself vulnerable, he brought his hands to his side, but didn't draw his sword. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, his gaze assessing the strange being before him. Michael took a deep breath, his mind whirling around his own desire. He knew that dealing with something like the unknown was dangerous. This being was unlike anything he had studied. Not even the Shradens could take such beautiful form. Their intentions were imbued with an evil that Michael could not ignore. But if it was for his brother, to save him from that horrible fate... He closed his eyes for a moment, searching within for strength. Finally he looked up, his blue irises seeming to glow in the glimmer of light that filtered through the windows. "I give it to you," he said confidently, without a trace of doubt in his voice. "Guide me to him. Show me how to save him. If you do, you will have a story, my life, my identity." For a moment, Michael reconsidered what he just had offered. He wasn't even sure who he was, but he had one purpose. The only reason he was conceived and blessed in the first place was to protect Sela. His life, without him, was worthless. "I'll give you everything you want. Just help me bring him back," he added exhaustedly, reaching out to the figure. For his brother, he was willing to risk everything. Niteris was ecstatic. Though he wouldn't admit it, he had said that too loudly. Or perhaps the visitor was an exceptionally good listener. He ignores Michael's question, flipping through the book with a distinct agreeing each page, as his mind were something else in another time. Everything moved forward according to the script he had written in his mind. Michael, that stubborn human, lived only for his brother. Every thought, every action revolved around him. Boring. Nactus thought, dropping his cheek into his hand, leaning disdainfully against the old wooden table. In the end, Michael was nothing more than a vulnerable man, and that disappointed him. What good was compassion if it couldn't shake the foundation of who he was? A sword, no matter how divine, couldn't end his existence. The gods, thus human worship with blind devotion, were nothing more than inconsequential pieces in his vast perspective. But when Michael broke the silence with an unexpected phrase, everything changed. "You will have my story, my life, my dignity." Those words, so simple yet laden with profound meaning, achieved something that not even the most powerful of weapons would have done. They moved him. Neither is looked up, and for the first time in a long time, something inside him stirred. His cheeks, usually white as porcelain, tinged a faint pink. He brought both hands to his mouth, trying to hide a reaction that was spilling over uncontrollably. And then he laughed. It was a melodious laugh, fresh and surprisingly human, like a sweet echo that filled the rooms and made them vibrate with a strange warmth. Fitting, yes, but mesmerizing. And when it finally faded in its place, a small smile, subtle but charming. "It's a wonderful proposal," he finally replied, with a gentleness that contrasts with his usual disdain. Oh my god, this is so hard. "However, I cannot directly intervene in mortal stories, but I can offer you something more valuable. Knowledge. What do you think?" Mimicking the human's gesture, he extended his hand toward him. However, instead of a firm grip that sealed a deal, he took it gently, as if holding the hand of a maiden in dance. The warmth of the human's hand managed to send a shiver through him, which he dismissed. "Your soul, your body, your thoughts already belong to someone else. Come to me when you truly want to belong to me." His words were sweet, that's something out of a romance novel, but the intention behind them was profoundly different. He wanted to use him to fulfill the goal he was so obsessed with. Michael froze, his eyes fixed on the spot. Oh, I miss a paragraph. When it finally faded, Nitharis left a troubling warmth in its place, and in an instant he was gone. Michael froze, his eyes fixed on the spot where the figure had disappeared into the shadows. The echo of that laugh, unexpectedly familiar, still resonated in his mind like an impossible to decipher riddle. He didn't understand why his heart was beating so hard, or why an unknown emotion was stirring within him. Perhaps it was the contrast, the almost terrifying rawness of the creature versus the laugh that, for an instant, seems genuine. For a moment, Michael felt something close to tenderness, though he couldn't consciously acknowledge it. His lips parted, as if he wanted to say something, but the words never came. The gleam in his eyes spoke for him, a mixture of fascination and fear that anchored him to the ground until the silence became absolute. Finally, with a deep sigh, he lowered his gaze to the book he now held. It weighed more than he expected, not in the physical sense, but in the promise of secrets that could change everything. He had used the bag he had kept in it and left the ruins. His footsteps echoing in the void. With each step, he felt as if the shadows were watching him, as if something of him still accompanied him. Returning to the castle, Michael wasted no time. He summoned the most brilliant sages he knew, those whose erudition could unravel even the darkest mysteries. They locked themselves inside with the book, inspecting it with extreme care, while he watched from the shadows surrounding the throne, growing increasingly restless. One after another, the sages fell. The deaths were swift, silent, and left behind an air of inevitability that chilled the blood. But Michael couldn't get up, not when his brother needed him. That book led nowhere. At this rate, he was left without any counselors to turn to. Weeks passed, maybe a couple of months, and that entity seemed to haunt his dreams and fantasies. On one of his explorations near the deserts of Karin, he finally found the discovery he had desperately sought. He came to a place forgotten by Mats. but the echoes of the ancient worlds still resonated. There, he found him, his brother. End of chapter 1. Oh my god, that was so long. Oh my god. He have his dignity. Oh no, that was a... I noticed as soon as I say it, it's identity. It's just, I don't know how to tag. My bad. My bad. It's just... Yeah. You love your mother too much, go away. Literally the guy told him, you love your brother too much, go away. Guys, it's a slightly dark romance story, so it has a little bit of toxic behaviors that I do not recommend you to have. For the Michael's sake, I hope something else is long. We never the goods, don't drop your spaghetti. Oh my god. The best yaoi is the toxic one. Oh no! Guys, I'm so sorry if at some parts I repeat myself. As I told you, this story was made with a friend and we never fixed it, like we never edited it. So it's like some parts are redacted, some parts you redacted, some parts are redacted and some parts you redacted, and sometimes there's a lot of like incoherencies. Like we repeat paragraphs because we haven't edited the story in so long. You know what is so funny? This story was made like 1 year ago. Or maybe 2 years, no. It was made on 2023. That's 2 years ago, guys. Okay? So, the story is like, so, you know what's funny? For example, Michael's sword is called Lunaris. And 1 year later, I met this girl called Lunari, and she's my friend now. And Michael's brother is called Sela, right? And 2 years later, I met Sela. Like, I just noticed that right now, when I was reading the... Okay, never mind. I don't make sense, but you understand what I mean. Hello, Papa. Welcome. How are you doing? Welcome. Buenos días. Bienvenido. ¿Cómo estás? Hola. Draw her as a sword. Have you seen that TikTok of Kippo Demon Hunters where Genus, the new... how it's called, the girl? Rina? No, Rimu? I don't remember. I always forget her name, but the Huntress vocalist sword. So funny. It's just like Noragami. It's just like Noragami, because remember Yutus became the god sword, so now Genos can be the girl sword. That will be so cool, guys. That will be so cool. So how are we feeling? Do you want one more chapter or we go to sleep? Oh my god! I'm gonna... I'm so hippie. Guys, it's actually a lot. I'm not sure if we'll really be able to finish the story in just one stream. Let me see how many words. How do I know how many words? How many words this has? How do I know? It's in documents. How do I know how many words does it have? I don't know how many words does it have. Review, work on. Oh, here. It has 43,093 words. It has 99 pages. It has 99 pages, guys. I told you, it's a light novel. I'm very sure we're not gonna be able to finish the whole book right in the one stream. It has a lot. I don't remember it that long, but I guess it was that long. I'm gonna read one more chapter and then I'm gonna go eat. Okay? Let me see, where is it? Meow, 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 meow. Where is it? Where is it? Num, num. I am. I need to fix something. Okay, nice. Okay, let's go. This could be pretty cute as a long form video. Do you think so? I don't know. I will think about it. How, like, just the VOD edited, you know, because I'm reading it already and I don't want to read it twice. But if I do it as a long form video, I probably will have to put some subtitles, because I want people to understand what I am doing. Music no good? Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot. Never mind. I'm actually gonna change the music. I don't like it. Okay. Ok, here it is. Sí, Adelta, no me estoy escapando, yo me veo el video de más te vale, más te vale. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a very nice day. Hope to see you later. Where's mother not in there specific? Oh, okay, I will try. 200 XP, yeah, bro, you're number 1 now. That's crazy. I don't know how that works. Like, honestly, I don't know how that shit works. And I've been trying to turn it off, but I don't know how. I honestly don't know how. Okay. Chapter 2. Oh my god. Michael froze. His brother was right there. But he was no longer the man he remembered. What loomed before him was an impossible abomination. A slimy mass of twisted flesh, aimless eyes, and screaming mouths. A chorus of despair that pierced his soul. Michael fell to his knees, unable to process what he saw. No, it can't be, he whispered, his voice breaking. He tried to get closer, but every movement seemed to fuel the creature's torment. It screamed, fighting against itself, as if something human remained trapped in that monstrous body. Michael felt tears burn his cheeks as he realized there was nothing he could do. The curse that had transformed him was stronger than any hope he had ever brought with him. He couldn't even catch it. It was a giant, slippery amalgam. But he recognized it. He didn't just feel it in his heart. He heard it in every one of those agonized screams. Weary, broken, Michael closed his eyes and made a decision. He would return. he will return to the ruins and he will search for it. If that creature possessed the knowledge he needed, then he was willing to give it anything in return. Come when you truly want to belong to me. He came close enough to reach out to his brother, the curse spreading glowing purple veins that seemed to pulse all over him, moving his arms. A green circle lit up around Zella. That spell would buy him a little more time. The screams fell silent, and for a moment he managed to see the silhouette of a face. As he walked away, the book fell back into his bag. From it, he took out a small piece of paper. Silver Edrid. When broken, his body vanished. It was one of the recent inventions of the palace alchemist. Thanks to it, he had been able to travel the world in search for his brother. He appeared in that forest, searching on his mat for the exact spot where he had first encountered him. He didn't have to walk far. It was as if the runes had given him the chance to find him, following him, waiting for his reunion. "I'm ready," he said slowly. He didn't even shout. He knew he was heard. His cheeks were lined with sepia from the tears he shed, marked by the desert sand. But his expression was firm, stoic, like that of a warrior trained to face any adversity. Reverently, he removed the golden crown he had probably worn since he was a child. He saw himself reflected in the blue gem, but he had made a decision. He left it on that table where, a few months ago, he had that conversation. The ruins breathed solitude again with Michael's departure. A place wrapped in time where Nithri's eternity slipped between the cracks in the stones. Nithri's remained immutable while the echoes of Michael's footsteps still faintly resonated in his mind. Instead, not everything had left with him. Though the shadows that followed the man like a living wake, Nithri's could spy on his life. A clear projection in the crystalline sphere he held carefully, his hands cold as marble. Day and night, Michael's reflection filled the void of that self-imposed exile. Sometimes, as he watched, he nibbled on small bites he didn't need, but for the mere pleasure of the taste they'd provide. Although his body didn't require rest, he would close his eyes and leave his physical form to travel with Michael, hidden in the gloom of his shadow, a silent and constant presence. One day, as he gazed at him, something unexpected interrupted his connection. An immature voice like a storm into his mind, displacing Michael's figure. He no longer saw the man, but his own hands outstretched beneath the starry sky. The sound of the night forest inviting his ears, the icy air boring his skin, a sweet voice, soft at the touch of the wine, broke the stillness. "Are you alright?" Suddenly, Nithris awoke, panting. It wasn't a dream, but a memory that had crossed the barrier of his confinement. Cold sweat ran down his back and his face, completely uncovered, displaying a grimace of suppressed fury. His furrow brow and open jaws revealed the intensity of his aversion. He hated remembering, even if those fragments of his past were the root of his ambition. That. Wait, what is this? Okay. Michael returned to the winds, just as Nithris had predicted. But something was different. Wait, I like this one. Okay. Though seemingly destroyed, his mind remained unwavering, anchored to a stubborn and absurd hope. like a torch that could not be extinguished. Nithris, watching him from the shadows, could not understand that obstinacy. His lids pursed in disdain and confusion as the man called to him with a docility that seemed out of place. "What are you ready for?" Nithris asked, his voice reverberating like an ancient echo between the walls of the ruins. "It seems you found a devastating truth along your path. I would like to hear it from you. What happened?" His tone was calm, but he feigned ignorance, concealing how much he truly knew about Michael. He knew his name, his torments, his despair. He was the focus of his obsession, but Nithris delighted in playing with appearances. The ruins once again filled with the creature's intangible presence. The gloom seemed to yield to his figure as if the shadows themselves revered him. Michael, standing amidst abandonment, did not falter, though his chest bore the weight of what he had seen. His hands clutched the book to his side, as if holding it gave him some form of hope amid the internal storm that devoured him. The creature emerged slowly, its every moment a spectacle, as if he knew exactly how much space it needed to fill with its presence to invade the human thoughts. Michael gulped. Gulp? The lump in his throat tightened with every word he tried to form. He didn't look away, though doing so had been easy. Something in him refused to show weakness, even if in the face of this creature that seemed to watch him from within. I saw what Ab saw all this time, he began, his voice low but firm, like an echo of a sword striking a shield. He hesitated, trying to find the words, but finally surrendered to his own honesty. My brother is... He's no longer who he was. I don't know if he's lost or if I am. His words, clumsy but laden with naked truth, dissolved in the air like a whispered oath. Michael's eyes narrowed at the touch, but he didn't pull away. One of the abilities of his healing... Oh. He didn't pull away, as he seemed to be sized up by the other. His irises light up in a green halo, contrasting with his natural color. One of the abilities of his healing blessing. An uncontrollable passive, you can call it. For the first time, he didn't see a stranger. It was milliseconds, impossible to comprehend in such a short time, but it was enough to feel an irrational desire. It must be frustrating to feel so hungry, he commented without thinking. He blinked rapidly, regretting not being more modest. You said you could help me when I was ready to receive you, he added quickly, a clumsy attempt to divert attention from his foolish comment. Guide me, he begged in a faint voice, like the light of a candle exposed to the wind. Hungry? You think so? Nithris murmured in response, his voice suffused with an almost tangible melancholy. I wonder if you're always this rude. A sigh escaped his lips, and a pair of wings, the ones closest to his nose, folded a little closer, covering him as if trying to hide even more than he already was. His fingers remained slightly dug into Michael's cheeks, almost as if he's trying to absorb that human warmth. That warmth he had once desperately sought, but now understood his icy hands could never truly possess. He turned his head toward the golden table where the golden crown rested, shining and striking, as imposing as his owner. What does this object symbolize besides the status and power? As I said before, I cannot involve myself directly in human affairs, but I can guide you a little, he murmured as he rested his hands on the wood, his eyes still fixed on the crown. Receive you now. I don't believe you're capable of receiving as being such as myself. He whispered once again, his tones laced with vile mockery, while a lopsided smile once again curved his lips. In the back of his mind, a shadow of uncertainty stirred. Michael wasn't as easy to manipulate as he hoped. Would he really follow the plan, or would he find a way to forward that not even Nithris could foresee? Michael, far from yielding to the weight of that voice that seemed capable of enveloping him, remained stoic, although the potion that had already been sown in his mind. Seeing the casual, almost disdainful gesture in which the creature had released him, Michael felt something strange. It wasn't rejection, nor indignation. It was a warmth that drove him to continue facing that eyeless gaze, as if challenging the shadow itself. He didn't understand why. Perhaps it was the nature of that being, so contrary to his own, that attracted him like an enigma he must decipher. That frown, Michael began, his voice breaking the silence with a deep timbre, still laden with the raw emotion of his earlier confession. It represents that which binds me those who wear it, a burden that can destroy as much as it can uplift. If my brother returns, when Selah returns, my people will no longer need me. I come before you with a single purpose, and I give you what you want, has always been my destiny to be. Despite the grimaces of the opponent, who carry, they plug every hair on his body, he continued, his words emerging with a sincerity that seemed to pierce the heavy atmosphere of the ruins. You said you can get involved, but here you are, watching me, talking to me, challenging me. Isn't that an act of involvement? A faint smile curved his lips, not defiant, but thoughtful. Or is that you are tied down to? Michael was a very embodied. I closed the translator! Okay. Michael was the very embodiment of recklessness. He always had been, and he never felt the need to change it. Everything about his bearing exclaimed, Prince of Arendelle. No one had dared to correct him or silence him. Yet, the words surrounding him and that impassive demeanor which made him feel like a tiny grain of salt intimidated him. There was something fascinating about him, but it wasn't the majesty of his posture or the cadence of his voice. It was that calm, that heat laden restlessness, that ability of feigning indifference while his movements set tone a deeper longing. Michael couldn't explain it, but he sensed there was a constant struggle within him. Many sages and mages praised him as he grew up. The blessing he had received, his healing abilities came with many advantages. Among them, an ability to understand others on levels that couldn't be healthy for himself. He was a warrior who could empathize with the vilest villain, yet still perform his duty. His essence wasn't kind, it was cruel. There was something about him that seemed out of place, a spark that shouldn't exist in someone who had seen so much horror. He decided to stop distracting himself. No matter how curious he felt, what was he? Where did he come from? What did he do during the day? Was he a guardian, a protector, or a destroyer? What did he want with him? If he started with a question, he'd never finish, so he took that mysterious book out of his bag, placing it next to the crown. He frowned at his reflection, barely remembering that morning when he had argued with the colonel at a military meeting. This would have never happened with your brother on the throne. He was quite right, but Who did he think he was? Michael was dying inside, trying to do his duty properly. What will he know of true sacrifice? He snored as he looked away, signing to focus on the good or treat before him. "Teach me how to read this," he commanded as he opened the book, pointing to the obsidian black writing that seemed to gleam at his touch. Fate was a word Niteris deeply loved. An idea he found as repulsive as it was absurd. Yet this human seemed to cling on it with an almost infuriating stubbornness. "This is my cemetery," he said in firm voice. "Here I have been buried for all eternity. It is something very different from being bound. A dead person is not bound to their grave, because being bound implies the possibility of freedom." His words were meticulously calculated, designed to resonate with Michael. His heart His harsh, direct tone mimicked the human's character, creating a bridge that, though unstable, would support his purpose. Was that a truth or simply another lie from Niteris? Only he knew. Your way of demanding things betrays the upbringing you've been given, the status you're enjoyed. However, here in this forest, under the roof of these ruins, what you are up there couldn't matter less. He adopted a haughty attitude and, without warning, placed an index finger on Michael's forehead, pushing him lightly, as if to engrave those words in his mind. Once again, he ignored any notion of personal space, acting with brazenness that bordered on the offensive. "From the beginning, I was willing to teach you. But you wanted me to offer it to you directly? I didn't think nobles would still be so lazy." Mockery was reflecting every word, a faint disappointment that was part of his game. On the wooden table, the small dictionary Niteris had shown at the first meeting remained there, alone, waiting for someone to unravel it. Niteris, however, headed towards the nearby bookshelves, pulling out several volumes with an air of renewed purpose. "You also need a place to write notes," he muttered to himself as he heavily dropped a pile of books onto the worn table. The dictionary finally had company. Without warning, Niteris vanished into the shadows, leaving the place empty of his imposing presence. I need to translate everything again because I closed the window. Right. Espérate. Oh my god. How do I write all that? Oh my god, there are 99 pages, guys. There's no way. That's the way I'm finishing this shit. Let me see where the next chapter ends. Okay. When he returned, he did it with so casual calm, bringing him with blank notebooks, loose paper, a quill pen, and a bottle of ink. He placed the objects carefully on the table, taking a seat with almost enthusiastic attitude, as if he were about to deliver a lecture. I think I got a little carried away. Old habits. Useless habits. He thought to himself, skillfully hiding a trace of displeasure. He couldn't help but glare at it indignantly. Was he judging him? He felt offended. Michael silently observed the array of objects before him, his eyes fixed on the books he had brought with a mixture of wonder and suspicion. He hadn't expected a creature so arrogant and cold to so directly offer his teachings. There was something almost surreal about the image. A being who seemed to embody the very concept of mystery, offering him ink and paper as if he were a worldly mentor. "Really?" he began, but his voice cracked, thoughtful. He blinked a few times, squinting at him, as if hoping that it all was just another trick. But the imposing presence didn't waver, and the books in front of him were as real as the chill that seemed to emanate from their ruins. "What do you want me to do with this?" he finally asked, running a trembling hand along the spine of one of the books. It wasn't fear that was making him tremble, it was the shyness that he didn't know how to name. There was a thrill in his chest, a sense of anticipation that made him feel like a child exposed to something forbidden for the first time. He looked up, meeting the figure of that creature, whose expression remained inscrutable. "Why are you doing this? You said you wouldn't get directly involved, but here you are? Is this part of your game?" His tone wasn't challenging, but rather curious, almost naive. Without waiting for a reply, he took the cue between his fingers, feeling the weight and texture of an instrument he hadn't used in years. There was something strangely comforting in the smallness of the task. Michael ran his fingers over the paper, his movements slow, almost reverent. He remembered how easy life had been when he was a child. All he had to do was study. Though he was dying to go outside and run around and get dirty in the woods. "Where do I start?" he asked. And this time his voice was filled with a strange mix of excitement and hesitation. "I'd never been good with books, you know. My brother, he was the studious one, not me. I mean, I like reading, but not as much as I should." A smile appeared on his face, shy and genuine, momentarily breaking the tension that seemed to pervade the air. It was a simple smile, but in its simplicity there was a warmth that fell out of place in that gloomy space. The duality of that man was an enigma that kept Nitter's intrigue. A captivating mix of arrogance and vulnerability. At times, Michael stood with imposing superiority, and at the next, he seemed like a naive child, eager to discover what the stranger before him could offer. "I can get involved as much as you allow me." The answer fell from his lips with a sharp calm, like a knife hidden beneath velvet. He had no intention of explaining the rules that governed his existence, much less of dispelling the mystery surrounding his nature. His words, sharp and vague, were a wall behind which he deliberately hid. Neither watched the human's every movement, even the most banal, like the way he held the quill between his fingers. He had seen this before, from the shadows, when distance granting him the impunity of anonymity. Now, sitting it head-on in the flesh felt strange, almost unnatural. He achieved his posture with studied elegance, crossing his legs while keeping his back straight against the back of the wooden chair. His gaze never left Michael's face, but this time it wasn't limited to scrutiny. There was something more, almost imperceptible flicker of curiosity. "So what kind of books did you enjoy?" he asked, his tone suggesting more interest. Creo que me equivoqué. More interest that he was trying to show. Oh my god, I hate translators. This place is full of titles. Countless of them. Surely you'll find something to your liking. He took one of the books he had recently selected, opening it with a care reserved for valuables. He turned the tome toward Michael, showing the open pages. "You always had the privilege of being surrounded by knowledge, haven't you? Do you remember your childhood?" he continued, his words imbued with a mixture of melancholy and mockery. "How you began to understand words," The simple stories read to you, the short stories that introduce you to this world, until you were able to tackle heavy novels, replete with grammar and meaning. The book he held contained drawings, a simple and distinct, each accompanied by a word that came in. It was clearly designed for a child, a starting point in the learning process of the little ones. Everything that place seemed designed to transmit knowledge. The worn walls, the crowded shelves, the tables that covered with ancient tomes, and Niteris, in his inexplicable enthusiasm for teaching, seemed to be just another piece of that peculiar puzzle. For a moment, the weight of his own enthusiasm seemed absorbed, but he hid it with a faint, almost indecipherable smile. Michael swallowed, feeling an invisible weight begin to settle in his chest. There was something about the way the other spoke, how his words seemed to precisely touch on details he didn't remember sharing. "How do you know that?" he asked, his words coming out faster than he had planned. His eyes searched for answers in the creatures but found only an impenetrable abyss. "Since when?" Michael insisted, his voice now a whisper. Fear was beginning to seep into his tone, but it wasn't enough to stop him. A part of me knew he should stop asking questions, that he should accept the entity's help without question, but curiosity was a hungry animal he couldn't tame. Michael shifted slightly back in his chair, his back hitting the wooden backrest, even as fear began to engulf him. Something inside him remained fascinated. He began, but the words caught in his throat. He didn't know how to describe what he felt. There was something... Oh. Wait. I skipped a paragraph again. I'm so sorry, guys. He brought his gaze to the being's hand, those hands that had touched his face moments before. Without thinking much about it, he raised one of his own, pausing halfway, hesitating. But in the end, curiosity won out over fear. With a slow movement, as if afraid of breaking something fragile, he let his fingers brush the being's skin. It couldn't hurt him, but he knew that, and he knew it too. He despised it too much to expect it to attack him clumsily, and Michael could be foolish, but he wasn't stupid enough to be. The cold was immediate, penetrating, but the texture was something he hadn't expected. It wasn't rough or rigid as he had imagined, but surprisingly soft, almost like a freshly fallen snow. Michael held his hand there for a moment longer than prudent, his eyes studying every detail, every curve. He began, but the words caught in his throat. He didn't know how to describe what he felt. There was something deeply human about that touch. Finally, he withdrew his hand, bringing it to his lap as his gaze returned to the table. He quickly resumed a docile posture. His childhood hyperactivity wasn't difficult to imagine. The amount of beating he received for not obeying the instructors and being distracted by the slightest thing drove each of his teachers crazy. In a blink of an eye, he seemed to process the question he had received several minutes ago. "I like fantasy," he answered softly. There was fear in his tone, but also resigned acceptance. As much as the idea of being followed this entire time terrified him, he wasn't about to back down, knowing his brother depended on it. He had so many questions, but he refused to accept the answers. He knew that once he did, the chance of getting Sela back will become increasingly distant. "This is my favorite," he added, taking a book out of his bag. It was a simple, brown leather cover and a title in gold ink. A handwriting manuscript. The cover read, "Skyscraper," written by Sela. "When we were children, we used to fantasize about a world where nothing that existed. You know, it was a game. If fairies, dragoons, princes..." Oh my god, this is so cringe, guys. I'm not gonna read this part. I'm not gonna read this part. Okay, basically it's a book that his brother wrote, okay? He's a simp. A world where you're not born a king, but you can become one if you wish, and you're not forced to be one. They're very good stories, but the more I read them, the less sense they make. I guess that's how fantasies work. Are you gay, Peter Pig? I am not. It's just very cringe, and I don't want that. So leave me alone. So I guess that's how fantasies work. What's your favorite book? It's obvious. All novels live like this. Few commoners even know how to read or write. The tilt of his head to one side revealed genuine confusion. To Nitalis, it was clear as day that Michael lived in a world of privilege. He lowered his hand, letting it fall next to the other on the desk, when a warm touch suddenly stopped him. Michael's hand brushed his, cold as marble, and Nitalis kept his gaze fixed on him, intrigued by that reaction. God, a strange man, he thought, noticing how the contact had distracted him, briefly, but unnervingly. After a grievous silence, Michael finally spoke again. How interesting. There are stories that describe worlds like the one you imagine. Systems where everyone aspires to be who they want to be, but I can imagine how imperfect that ideal must be. For example, he stopped suddenly, interrupted by the weight of something he seemed to have processed late. Wait, my favorite book? The question was banal, trivial, but the fact that it was directed at him made it strangely intimate. As if trying to protect himself, his wings dug in, embracing his own face, as he lowered his head with a gesture that exuded vulnerability. A book that relates to someone you love, he thought. Remember the cover of the book Michael had shown earlier. The words written by Sela floated through his memory. It's an old tale, you probably don't know it, he said softly, extending the hand Michael had touched earlier. From the darkness surrounding him, something began to emerge. A swirl that took shape until it materialized into a book. It was a small, untitled, adorned with an exquisite illustration on the cover. Perhaps you feel empathy for the protagonist on this tale. She was bound to a cruel fate, carrying a weight she couldn't bear, and there was someone close to her who tried to change that inevitable ending, he explained as darkness enveloped the image of the young woman on the cover. Although it's sad, this tale doesn't have an ending yet. Not really. A monotonous smile played on his lips, more a mechanical gesture than an expression of joy. It's about to go down. I'm leaving now. He concluded coldly, standing up in the fluid motion. He held the book in his hands and he turned his head toward one of the windows. The downlight was beginning to filter though, and when he saw it, his face twisted in disgust. Morning. Always so invasive, he thought, silently walking away, as if life itself was expelling him from the scene. Michael returned to the kingdom with a strange book the creature handed him clutched onto his chest. The one with comical, simple illustrations. A children's book. It was certainly insulting, but he appreciated the knowledge, even if it offended. During the journey, his gaze was constantly drawn to the horizon, where the fierce rays of dawn tinged the clouds with shades of gold and pink. There was something about that natural spectacle that had always fascinated him, a sense of hope and renewal he couldn't find anywhere else. And yet, now the same light reminded him of that entity's disdain of him. Why does it bother him so much? Michael thought, watching the sunlight touch the treetops as the world seemed to slowly awaken. He had always loved the way nature responded to the sun. The birds singing, the flowers opening, the wine changing temperature, But now, the dawn also brought him a pang of unease, as if he were invading a space that didn't belong to him. When he arrived to the castle, he soon realized that the atmosphere was more tense than usual. In the great hall, the colonel held a dark bone wood in his hands. A black, sparkling smoke surrounded him. It was the book he had been given in the ruins, with that dagger gleaming in the man's arms. Michael, seeing it, felt a chill run down his spine. "Do you know what this means, Michael?" the colonel asked. His voice heavy with reproach and dread. He was a rigid, disciplined man who had always found a way to disagree with Michael. "Why is that boot here?" Michael retorted, ignoring the question. His tone was strong, but inside him, he was trembling. He knew what was said about the book. He knew what had happened. Anyone who tried to read it would mysteriously die. It was as if his fate were absorbed into the pages. In just a few months, the entire palace knew that book was synonymous of misfortune, so he hid it in his room. The council says he has the right to read it, that the legends are nothing more than superstitions, said the colonel, crossing his arms disdainfully. But you and I know it's more than that. You ordered all the alchemists in the kingdom to decipher this text. You offer them a great reward. There are people who aren't even magicians trying to read this book out of necessity. Don't you realize that what you're doing to us? Of course not. You're gone for days, months, doing what? Looking for a dead man. Voice acting. That last word weighed heavily on Michael's asses. Michael didn't reply. His mind was elsewhere, recalling the words he'd received in the ruins, about inevitable fates and burdens that could not be borne. For a moment he wondered if the same thing would happen to him once he could understand the language of the book. But as he looked at the colonel, who was disdainfully sleeping through the tome with a focused expression, he felt an irrational fear, a certainty that this would end badly. Even so, with uncertainty hanging in the air, the old man slammed the book shut and walked off, leaving Michael in complete bewilderment. In that palace, no one recognized him as the king. Michael slept for a couple of hours, barely a nap. He had to finish his royal duties before sunset. He had been able to study the children's book during the day, although he knew that the letters of that strange dialect looked like, he had no idea how to pronounce them. That night, Michael returned to the ruins. The sun was still high on the horizon, its last rays painting the sky orange and purple. He climbed into the balcony of the long library and leaned onto the railing, watching the world slowly change from day to night. He couldn't help but think that, in an instant, that scene had changed. As in between the light and the darkness, there was something else. Someone else. He knew that entity was nearby, even if he couldn't see it. Ever since he confronted him the day before, he began to feel a presence in the darkness, a shadow that seemed to follow him everywhere he went. Had always been like that? That statement kept echoing in his mind. While he waited, he couldn't help but replay the day's events. The book with the dagger, the colonel's contempt, the fear in the eyes of the mages and alchemists who had tried unsuccessfully to analyze it. What was he willing to sacrifice for knowledge? And what was he truly willing to sacrifice to save his brother? When the sunlight finally disappeared completely, Michael felt the air change. It was as if the place was breathing, as if the darkness itself were coming to life. "You're here," Michael said, his voice barely a whisper. He couldn't see him, but he felt a chill run through his body. Still, he didn't take his gaze from the sky. There were questions he wanted to ask, things he needed to understand, but in that moment, he simply stood there, staring at the moon. Beneath the ruins, on a subterranean level known only to him, lay his refuge, a dam solitary and gloomy place that seemed to suck the calm away and return something resembling peace. Upon returning from his meeting with Michael, Nitris felt exhausted. I need to translate more, guys, this is so long. What do I do? Let me see. Guys, there's a lot of shit in here. Do it and invest it now. Okay, guys, I'm searching. I'm doing my best. You can get involved. Here you are. Wait. Guys, I'm trying my best. Guys, I reached at the end. It's so cringe. Okay. Oh my god, guys. Why is it so hard to translate a text? It's just because it has too much, right? This is too much. I'm searching where we are you tied down? The book contained blah 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 blah. I like fantasy. This is his conversation, right? You were for days, months doing what? Okay. You got it. I'm not. It's the translator's fault. It's not my fault. Okay. Beneath the ruins, on a subterranean level known only to him, lay his refuge. A damp, solitary and gloomy place that seemed to suck the calm away and return something resembling peace. Returning from his meeting with Michael, Nitris felt exhausted, as if the conversation had been as devastating as daylight. His footsteps echoed in the stone corridors as the creatures that inhabited the domain, the Shraden, whispering to the bloom. Those beings, fueled by nightmares and mind games, kept their distance. They knew well that challenging the master, no matter how small the grievance, meant immediate and final punishment. The long corridor led him to a door, which he carefully opened. From within, an almost tangible darkness gushed from like a silent river, embracing him with familiarity. Nitris yelled to it, immersing himself as in dense blackness as if it were the only relief the world could offer. Everything will be less painful if you stop resisting. That voice, cold but undeniable intimate, echoed in some corner of his mind, and he closed his eyes, allowing that darkness to flow. For the first time in a long time, he had stopped watching Michael from the shadows, from an indefinite amount of time, leaving him alone. The tension in the air was palpable, Michael's anxiety emanating like an echo that only Nitris could perceive. He was surprised that, despite this, the human had taken the initiative to speak to him first. It was curious, almost fascinating. However, Nitris remained in the shadows, watching as Michael spoke, without even looking at him directly. "The moon shines too," commented Michael, to the seeming nothingness. "But you're here," he deduced thoughtfully. It was one of those moments where he had a lot to decide, but his mind could only fantasize about absurd things, like what the moon's texture will be like, or how it will be like to walk on it. or if its light was contagious, or if the stars were closer to him than they were to him at that moment. The sun was slowly rising, spreading its scorching glare over the desolate hands. Nitaris wasn't forced to hide, but he preferred to. Daylight stripped him of more than energy. It robbed him from shelter, made him feel exposed, fragile. "It doesn't do on its own," replied Nitaris, floating in the air. "It's less harmful because it's only the reflection of someone else's light." That comment, cryptic as always, left a sense of ambiguity in the air. He remained hidden, watching as fatigue began to color his guest's expression. "You look tired, Quest," he finally said, letting a faint note of irony color his tone. "I understood that humans sleep at night. Isn't it harmful to stay awake so long?" There was something strangely hypnotic about the way he spoke those words, as if they weren't a question but a statement wrapped in velvet. He placed his hand on the leather strap, intending to stroke Lunari's handle, but he didn't have it. Had he left it in the palace? That's why he felt surprisingly light, as if the weight of the weapon had been replaced by something deeper. That place full of echoes seemed to sigh even outside. Michael turned, leaning against the weak wall of the balcony. He didn't make the smartest decision. He had perfect view inside, where shadows danced to the moonlight had filtered through the cracks. That was odd. If moonlight is a reflection, it couldn't be moonlight. He shook his head, concentrating on the moment. His gaze, always curious, was lost in details. The engravings on the walls, the plants claiming space in what had once been a home, and the posing silhouette of his teacher? That tone was ambiguous, neither friendly nor hostile, but something about it made Michael feel like an unexpected warmth in his cheeks. Perhaps it was the playfulness involved in each of their conversations, as if they were walking a fine line between confrontation and friendly conversation. At his words, he couldn't help but look and let out a yawn, betrayed by accumulated fatigue, as if the reminder of his mortality made it more evident. "I guess you're right. I didn't sleep much," he admitted with a crooked smile, running a hand through his tously hair. "But I was studying." With a spark of pride, Michael took a small, brown leather notebook. He opened it carefully, revealing pages filled with scribbles, symbols, and words closely written in the picture book language. "I tried to learn this," Michael said, pointing to one of the symbols. "This language is not easy, but I think I'm starting to understand it." Michael ran his fingers over the lines. Then, with a mischievous smile, he tried to pronounce something. "Shavren Umbralil." The attempt was clumsy, and the words came out with an uneven sound. But Michael said them with such conviction that his chest puffed out with pride. "Do you know what it means?" he asked cheekily, as if the book's owner didn't know its meaning. Still, the blond man's smile widened. "Dark and pretty. You said you didn't have a name, so I decided to give you one. I can't call you creature or thing or entity," he added simple. "But tell me, wouldn't it be better to learn it letter by letter, like children do in school? That way I'd better understand the sounds. Those linguistic matters." Michael had an unnerving ability to make any interaction seem light-hearted, perhaps because of his simple, carefree mindset. Natalis felt a pang of anxiety as he watched the carefree mortal lean against the ancient, weathered balcony wall. Wasn't he aware of his own fragility? The sight of a simple, casual act unsettled him more than he was willing to admit. Anguish consumed him to the point that it broke his own desire to remain hidden. Without thinking too much, he emerged from the shadows, letting his figure emerge quickly on the threshold leading to the balcony. Rest is also an important part of learning, at least for humans. The night air curses his face, slipping through the feathers that partially hid his face. His white hair danced, while the soft ethereal moonlight bathed both men. Niteris remained motionless, breathed in an unfamiliar sensation that made his eyes, always hard and watchful, soften without him noticing. He stared at the man before him that had been so tired and yet filled with a radiance that made him feel uncomfortable. For an instant, a vision invaded him. The sword Michael always carried piercing his chest, cold and sure. The scene was vivid, almost tangible, and he couldn't help but wonder how that mortal would react if he knew the being before him was the architect of all his ills. Do you know what it means? The question echoed his mind, drawing him from the trance. His part lips reflect his confusion. Those words spoke with erratic certainty left him momentarily speechless. Michael continued jogging, oblivious to the storm he had unleashed on Niteris, while the sounds of the night forest and the creaking of rocks filled the silence between them. Suddenly, Niteris moved, without warning. He advanced on the mortal, taking his hands with a firmness bordering on brusqueness and wrapping his other arm around his waist. It was at that instant that the time-worn wall gave away, crumbling with an ominous creak. But Michael did not fall. By the time the danger became real, he was already safe in Niteris' arms. "You could get hurt if you're not careful," he said, his voice tinged with irony and vain rebuke. "Is dying pathetically your style?" Although they were almost the same height, Niteris tilted his head slightly to focus his gaze on the human's face. "You choose an interesting name," he commented, his tone lower as if testing the words on his tongue. "I like it. Apparently you're a brighter student than I imagined." He didn't seem in a hurry to let go, but he showed no intention of holding onto it forever either. There was something about the way he held it, the stillness on his hands and the intensity of his hidden gaze, that suggested an internal struggle. What did that creature truly want? To protect the mortal from his own fragility, or to devour him in the tangle of darkness that defined him? The creaking of the worn wall still echoed in the air when Michael, now in Niteris' arms, felt his heart hammer his chest. The contact was unexpected, almost intimate, and he couldn't help the faint blush that tinged his cheeks. The night breeze carried with the earthy scent of the ruins mixed with something else, something that seemed to emanate from the being itself. The being held him steady, its grip a mixture of protection and control. Although the helmet's natural wings covered his eyes, Michael could feel an intensity piercing its facade. The silence between them was charged, as if the moon itself had held his breath, so as not to interrupt this moment. Michael tried to laugh, softly, but the sound died in his throat when the being tilted his head, coming close enough for him to make out the delicate shadows of his face beneath his wings. There was something fascinating and terrifying about the closeness. "I don't usually have the habit of falling," Michael joked lightly, though his words seemed to lose their power in the face of the gravity of the moment. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sadness as he realized that the notebook he held so dear had fallen with the wall's collapse. Turning his head, he saw now the pages were rested dangerously close to the sharp ruins. Something inside him whispered. That notebook held more than scribbles and learning. It held memories, a kind of diary, when he remembered it existed. However, the weight of Niteris' arms around him anchored him in the present. Michael took a deep breath, and making a decision he knew was dangerous, reached out a hand toward the creature. He knew he shouldn't. It was personal and precious, a detail that could turn the tide of their battles, but with the icy, welcome touch and the hypnotic closeness, The words of his opponent had undoubtedly softened him in a very short time. He even felt his throat roaring. "Shavrin," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "I think you really know something about me." Michael hesitated, but finally brought his hand to the creature's long nails. Taking it with a determined gesture, he stroked the back of it gently for a moment, enjoying the feel, then slid his index finger under the sharp tip, cutting himself in one fluid motion. The drop of blood that appeared on the ground caught the moonlight for a brief moment, like a liquid jewel, before Michael raised his hand to show it to him, letting see him how the skin had healed flawlessly, as if it had never been injured. "I can't die," Michael confessed, his tongue tinged with emotion. A weight of sadness filled his face. His gaze searched for his opponent's, though he knew meeting his eyes were impossible. "No matter how hard I try, and no matter how much I hurt myself, I always come back whole." The confession hung between them like a forbidden secret, a weight that Michael had carried for years. "It's a blessing, I know, a gift from the gods. But how can it be if I have no choice?" he added in a small voice. "Sometimes I wish it were different. If I were weak, I'd have an excuse for failure." Sorry, that must sound stupid. A mortal complaining about not being able to die? Wow. Okay, so what are we learning today? He added quickly with a sudden change of mood to see if it seemed natural. Although the closeness felt warm and comfortable, he made a move to pull away, regretting having said too much. What was wrong with him? Did he get a little attention and become the most foolish king who ever lived? Pathetic. Before all this, neither hadn't been able to witness the beginning of Michael's story, to see him muddled by life's lows. He didn't know the roots of his stubbornness, of the moments that had forged his neglect of himself. All he knew about him was what he had discovered by facing him face to face, like a truth emerging from the fog. With an unexpectedly delicate gesture, Nidis began to caress the other hand, pressing invisible lines on his skin, as if trying to soothe a pain that wasn't there, or perhaps one that only he could perceive. It must have been difficult. The murmur escaped his lips, almost inaudible, leading with an emotion that didn't seem entirely his own. His brow furrowed, and because of their proximity, perhaps Michael could slyly observe the gesture. Before all this, Natalis hadn't been there to witness. Oh, wait, I already read that. It's weird. So, this is weird. The sentence echoes in Michael's mind, resonating deeply. It must have been difficult. Michael wasn't sure if it was those words, the deep tone in which they were spoken, or the gaze hidden between the skins, that seemed to pierce through him. That made him feel as if, for the first time in years, someone was truly seeing him. Shraven saw him. Michael's eyes began to shine, fierce in the moonlight, with a perplexed expression. An emotion he hadn't felt in a long time floated in. It was familiar, but it had been so long he had felt it. Tears bubbling in his eyes, crystallizing those blue irises that seemed to glow in the night. That could only have been said by someone who had been struck in every ounce of pain. And yet, they stood up before him with harmonious perfection. "There is beauty in pain," he replied without thinking. Again, his head seemed blank, as if his thought channels were disconnected one by one. The weight of that invisible gaze only disturbed him further. He took a deep breath, searching for the words he wanted to say. "I mean, I'd rather feel pain than nothing at all," Michael laughed softly, almost shyly. his fingers trembling under the opponent's cold touch. He felt hurted by the silence, so he continued, and his child's smile turned into something warmer, even playful. He tends to evade things that were too difficult to deal with jokes and invalidation. Outside the battlefield, he actually didn't know how to fight. And I know you think you're something unattainable, but you're not. Not completely. His voice was soft, trying not to say it as it's a threat, because it wasn't, as he tilted his head slightly, trying, even if it was in vain, to glimpse the face between the wings. Because if you were really so unreachable, you wouldn't be here, holding me. Without quite knowing why, Michael raised his other hand with a bolder gesture that he would have allowed himself another times. His fingers brushed the feathers of the wings that covered that face, delicately exploring the barrier that separated the mortal from the world. So, you don't have to always hide, he whispered, his tone barely audible but rippling with tenderness. Maybe, just maybe, not everything out there wants to hurt you. Although Michael was dying to brush those feathers away, he gathered his fingers, embarrassed by what he had just blurted out. He blinked several times, reacting to the moment. He hadn't come here to dance under the moon. He had to concentrate, but he was afraid of breaking that intoxicating closeness. Neither is going to tear his gaze from Michael, who, even in his tiredness and bewilderment, emanated a beauty so raw and natural it was unbearably frustrating. That perfection was effortless, part of his humanity, and it disarmed him in ways he didn't understand. The human's crystallized eyes, heavy with suppressed emotions, seemed to reflect the lies of a world he could no longer reach. Beautiful, neither is dove, with a pang of something he didn't want to identify, and that doubt, that fleeting temptation to possess him, hung in his mind like a haunting whisper. I'll keep hiding until the time is right. His voice came out low, almost drawling, as he cupped Michael's chin in a cold hand. His sharp nails barely grazing his skin, hard enough to send shivers through his skin, but not enough to hurt. There was something disturbingly intimate about the gesture, a tension that wasn't entirely hostile. Michael didn't seem to fear his, and that, rather than calming neither is, infuriated and disconcerting him in equal measure. I'll be honest, he finally said, his tongue drier, as if the words were burning on his tongue. I don't know if I'll be able to concentrate on teaching you after this. It's incomprehensible how your mere presence can distract me so much. He lightly squeezed Michael's face, not hard enough to hurt him, but enough to make him feel the control he had stirred over him. He watched him for a few more moments, as if trying to decipher the enigma behind him, and then, with an almost resigned movement, he let go, taking a step back and breaking the magnetism between them. Without another word, he took Michael by the arm, guiding him toward the threshold, away from the edge that had so unsettling him before. His movements, though careful, were charged with a cold determination, as if he were trying to impose limits on himself that he didn't quite understand. Do you want me to get your book back? I thought, of course I suppose you can do it alone, without any problem. Natalie then moved away toward the balcony, standing on the edge and letting the night breeze play with the figures of his wings. His gaze shifted, more than... There was a strange calm in his posture, as if the newly imposed distance between them was more a necessity than a whim. Michael felt a chill run over his skin as Treven's nails grazed his chin. The cold touch united every one of his senses. That closeness was like a magnet, holding him there, trapped between fear and the desire to get closer. The world seemed to shift between his feet. Michael felt his chest tighten, a lump forming in his throat as he watched the closeness between them shudder. What the... His voice came up weak at first, but quickly grew louder, more urgent. No, you cannot. His eyes followed his opponent as he moved toward the balcony, as if the simple act of moving away had broken something inside him. Michael felt a burning despair he couldn't contain. He couldn't live like this, not after getting there, not after feeling something so alive. Why did he feel so confused? Without thinking, he ran to the edge of the balcony where the notebook was silently pointed out to him among the ruins. With one agile movement, Michael leaped into the balcony, and the air engulfed him as he fell. His feet touched the narrow edge, then a beam, and finally to the ground. The impact resonated loudly, but he barely seemed to notice. He reached for the notebook among the rubble. His hands trembled slightly as he picked it up. For a moment, he held it to his chest, as if it were a priceless treasure. Then, with an agility that defied the laws of physics, Michael climbed back onto the balcony. His hands lifted him to the Straven's feet, where the balcony had collapsed. When he finally returned, he was breathing heavily but determined. Michael approached Straven with firm steps. Before he could say anything, he caught him by the arms, his fingers squeezing him with an urgency he made no attempt to hide. "Please, don't do this to me." Michael's voice was a whisper, thick with raw emotion. "It hasn't even been a week, but I know I can do this. I'm ready." His grip lightened slightly, not with force, but with a palpable plea. "Give me one chance, just one. Let me show you that I can learn. I can give up now." Straven. Guys, the name is so hard to pronounce. Do you know, fun fact, we actually, like, my friend and I actually create a whole new language for this novel, even though we only use the words like 2 times in the whole book. Anyways, the words came out with a fervor that surprised even him. "Not after what I saw in that book. There was no one else. No one can. Please, I know you don't dislike teaching, so let's go to the table. I won't say any more." His insistence led him to slowly tug at his arm. Naturius couldn't help but frown when he saw Michael throw himself off the balcony without a hint of hesitation. His reaction was instinctive, a quick movement of his hand, as he could stop him from the distance, but he couldn't. Michael's stubbornness was as evident as his recklessness, and now, as he awaited for him to return, he couldn't help but reflect on the human's disobedience, the lack of fear that disarmed him as much as irritated him. When Michael finally reappeared, his brilliant rage and desperation reflecting his eyes. Naturius stood as motionless. He'd seen looks like that before, eyes filled with pleading and anxiety, emotions he tended to enjoy in those who were the objects of his scorn. But Michael wasn't one of them. Naturius didn't hate him, or at least that's what he told himself. "Calm down, please. I didn't mean there was a problem with you," Naturius said. His tone trying to sound neutral but ultimately betraying a hint of distress. His rigid posture softened slightly. "Before, when I said you were brilliant, I meant it." The sigh he let out was heavy, as he sorry, I had to do it, leading with something he couldn't quite identify. And then, as if a blast of forgotten memory had passed through his mind, he recalled a distant moment in his own life. He remembered the warmth of someone else's arms around him, a simple gesture that had managed to hold him in the most desperate moment. A hug. A sweet voice echoed in his mind, accompanied by a distant echo. It's a gentle gesture that can make anyone feel good. Remember that, Naturius. It will certainly come in handy for you in the future. Without thinking too much, Niteris let a memory guide him. He took a step toward Michael and, with unusual clumsiness from someone like him, grabbed his arms around him. His touch was firm but careful, afraid of breaking something fragile. For him, Michael was fragile. Niteris' hands rest on Michael's back, caressing him lightly and hesitantly. "You can't decipher anything in this state," he murmured, his voice so low it seemed destined to not break the silence of the night. "First, you must calm down. So if you want to cry, do it. If you want to scream, do it. Even if you want to kick, do it. But you must let your emotions go." His words were soft, almost a whisper, as he held Michael in that improvised embrace. For a moment, Niteris felt vulnerable, aware of his own contradiction. His last words escaped his lips in a barely audible tone, directed more at himself than at the man in his arms. "You distract me, it's true, but it's not your fault. I suppose I'm weaker than I thought." He looked up at the sky, searching for answers in the starry immensity as the moon shed its light upon them both. A fleeting, though gross his mind, silent plea to a presence that wasn't there. "What should I do, sister?" In that moment, surrounded by a pouring calm of the night, Niteris knew things had become more complicated than he had ever anticipated. Michael couldn't hold back any longer. Everything he had held back until that moment burst forth from him like a torrent. Silent tears began to stream down his face, his body trembling slightly as Niteris' embrace, cold but strangely comforting, kept him standing. The touch was unexpected, clumsy, and yet he felt it envelop him in tenderness. He let out a sob, then another, until his breathing became rage and emotions overwhelmed him completely. Michael wept against Raven's chest, letting the tension he built up deep his heart lock away. "I'm sorry," he whispered through his tears, his hands clutching his eyes weakly as if afraid it would disappear. He wouldn't help reliving every memory that had once tormented him. He remembered his brother, his parents, how everything had been taken from him in the blink of an eye. He lied to himself every day, believing he could be king. Thousands of families, lives that depended on his decisions. And instead of rushing to do his duty, he was there, crying, being comforted by an entity that, he had no doubt, would kill him in an instant. Between the exhaustion and the comforting warmth he found in that embrace, he let himself drift off to sleep. When he woke up in the morning, the first rays of light filtering to the ruins, he was alone. The place was cold, but he still felt Raven's presence like an echo on the skin. Like if his thirst had been etched into him in a way he didn't fully understand yet. When he turned his head, he saw the notebook he worked so hard to retrieve lying carefully in the balcony. Something told him it had been a deliberate act. He decided not to stay there any longer as he picked up his notebook and returned to the real world. For the first time in days, he felt a lightness in his chest. A relief he couldn't quite explain, but Michael spent the few next hours doing everything he once enjoyed. There was a renewed clarity in his actions and a sense of purpose that drove him. However, as the sun began to set, curiosity called to him again. He returned to the ruins before nightfall, with an urge to explore further, to discover what this place still had to offer. He walked cautiously among the ancient structures, and his fingers sliding among the coral walls as he felt that time itself had left his mark on the place. I think this is the other chapter, and we haven't separated. Yeah, this is the next chapter. Okay. This is the next chapter because this is the next day, right? And we haven't do like the separation of chapter 3. You know? So let me separate it right now. Where is it? 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 Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Okay, this is chapter 3. Chapter... Oh, I'm gonna put it here. Chapter 3. We haven't separated yet. And before there's an actual 3 chapter and I just make it messier. Did I? Oh, there's no way. Guys, I told you we haven't checked, okay? We haven't edited. We haven't do our homework. Okay? Like, we honestly, we started this novel like 2 years, like more than 2 years ago, like 4 years ago. We took like 2 years to finish it, and then we say, yes, we're gonna edit it. We're gonna edit it, and we're gonna make a light novel. And then we never did it. So the story is just there, hanging. As Major, the author. In my defense, it's a shared work, okay? So I'm just saying, like, responsibility is not only mine, but also of the person that was working with this with me. Oh my god. I think that's all for today. I feel a little tired and I want to rest because in like, let me check how many hours. Oh, in like 2 hours, guys, I have a collab. Tippy! No, 3 hours. Tippy! I have a collab. I still don't know if I'm gonna stream it. I don't know. I don't know. I got lost. What the overselling of the book? Or like the collab? Because ¿pero en qué canal vas a estar después? I'm gonna retweet it. I think the person who I'm collabing with is gonna make a tweet and I'm gonna retweet it. And if I don't, I'm probably gonna be streaming on Twitch only, not on YouTube. I still don't know. I'm so I don't know. I still don't know. Book. Oh, the book. Okay, so the book is like a fantasy fiction novel, okay? And basically Michael is your typical warrior, very stoic, very cold in battles, you know. He's not a strategist. Like, the lore goes that Sela, his brother, was the king because he was the older one, right? So because he was the oldest one, he was going to be the king. But there's these creatures called shadrens, okay? And it's very, very funny because the creatures are named shadrens, and then Niteris, the name that Michael gives to Niteris is Shadren. So it's like a little bit confusing, but I guess we were gonna change it and we never did. So it's spoilers. Is this spoilers? I think this was obvious, right? I'm telling you obvious shit because Sela was supposed to be the king, right? So I'm telling you the situation that already is already known, okay? Just to clarify, okay? I'm not making you spoilers. So this creature's name Shadrens is like they're like shadow, you know, Shadrens, shadow. They're shadow creatures that, because this is the okay, so Arendelle, the kingdom of like Michael is from, is the last kingdom of humanity. Like, imagine that humanity has been in war to the darkness, with the darkness, and the darkness is winning. Okay, guys. So Arendelle is like the last kingdom that is resisting to these creatures and the dark creatures and the ways it's resisting the war and everything. The thing is that in the war, in the battlefield, in the last battle, the Schwerens trick Michael, because Michael swore to be a protector of Sela, right? Michael is like the right-hand man, is like the knight, the royal knight of Sela, protector, you know? But he got tricked. Like, this is not a spoiler. This is actually at the beginning, but I didn't read it because I think it's in another document. But anyways, he got tricked and he had to go to another area of the battle. And then there was nobody there. It was just a trick, an illusion, anything. When he comes back, he noticed that a dagger has been is in his brother, in Sela. Like, Sela has been hurt with this dagger, and this dagger is a strange-looking dagger. It's the dagger in the book that Niteris gave him later on. But Sela has this dagger, and this dagger is a curse dagger. It's very, gruesome. Like, imagine a lot of body horror and that type shit, right? And he felt really sad because in that battle, his parents, the king and the queen, died, and now Sela, I think the parents died long before that. And then in that battle, Sela, that was the current king, he got cursed. So now Michael has to step up and become like the new king. Sela was before in the castle being treated by the magicians of the court, and that he escaped, because the thing with the curse is that slowly Sela is gonna become a gigantic flesh monster that's gonna eat everything, like a big mass. And Sela Loki knows that, because he starts noticing that he's changing. He started feeling hungry, like human hungry. So he runs away because he don't want to hurt the kingdom of everything he swore to protect too. Pseudo medieval dance, pseudo medieval dance. So Sela runs away and escapes. Michael has to be the king and start taking care of like royal duties. And in the between that, he also, because Michael, before being like the king, he was a knight, and before being a knight, he was an explorer. Okay, Michael always loved to explore places, and like he's an adventurer, type Indiana Jones. But he was forced to become a knight because it was his duty as part of the royal family. And then when Sela got sick and everything, he now is forced to be the king, and he's not prepared to be a king because he has no king like personality. Okay, he just wants to have fun. But he has to step up and be a grown adult and everything, and blah 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 blah. Basically, that's the whole backstory. Yes. Can defeat them, sleep with them. Exactly. Is furry or monster loving? I think monster loving. Yes, I think so. I think, yeah, it's monster fucking story, but very fluffy, because it's not safe for work. Okay, it's very safe. There's no corn, don't worry. Yeah, jargon is fucking what? Actually, Niteris is like very handsome. It's like, imagine, have you seen those angels that have like 4 wings on the head and do like shit? Yeah, it's like that type of creature, and it's a very fluffy romance, and it made me cry. So because it ended so badly that it made me cry at the moment, I begged my friend to make like a final epilogue for an after the book, right? So I can be happy, but it's not canon, so you're gonna be sad with me. It's like it's like a side story that is not real. It's just for me to not feel sad, but it is, well, at the end of the day, it's not real. Temperature, moon, a satellite, and something else were not as medieval. Were not medieval concepts. Moon, a satellite? I think I didn't say that. But I said like what Michael was thinking when he was watching the moon is like he was wondering how does it feel like how will it feel to touch the moon, right? Because he knows that the moon is there and he knows that they're stars, and he was like, are the stars closer to the moon than they are with me? Like, it was implied as a place. Yeah. It's implied as a place because they have magic, okay? Yeah, you can. Don't use logic on my book, okay? It's a silly gay book, okay? Its purpose is not to be informative. Its purpose is to be gay and homosexual, okay? That's the whole purpose of the book, and I think it's a good job. But still, there's a lot of mistakes that we need to fix, and we haven't. So I guess for the next time, if there's a next time, I'm gonna try to fix them and have a more coherential chapters. I also want to translate the whole thing, but it's a lot. It's a lot. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining. Let me see if we can rate someone. I'm sorry if this stream was boring compared to other type of stream, but I really want to share you the stories I have. Also feeling a little ippy. Let me see who's streaming. Oh, I think Kohaku streaming. Okay, we can go to Kohaku. Kohaku, I think he came back from a trip, and he's like talking about that we're playing Power Wash Simulator. So let me go to the rating message. The rating message, kapow in your ass. Yippee! We're gonna go to Kohaku, and I feel it, guys. I'm feeling so tired. So we're gonna go to Eve. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And nothing. I'm gonna go now. Bye. Remember, kiss your mothers and take good decisions. Wait a minute. Take good decisions and kiss your mothers, or I'm gonna be kissing them for you, and you're not gonna like it because you're gonna call me daddy. Yeah, baby. Go home.